It started subtly. At first, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, just the typical hum of city life, punctuated by the occasional odd glance from a stranger. I'm a 27-year-old graphic designer living in Austin, Texas. My apartment complex was quiet, nestled between a small shopping center and a few older houses. I had moved in about 6 months before the incidents began, craving the kind of solitude I had grown used to in college. I thought I had it all figured out, until he appeared. It was a Thursday evening when I first saw him. I had returned from work, carrying my laptop bag and a grocery tote, stepping through the sliding glass door of my apartment. That's when I noticed him, standing on the sidewalk outside my building, staring at me. I froze. He was average height, maybe mid-30s, dressed in a black hoodie and faded jeans. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and the expression on his face was neutral, but it was the intensity of the stare that unsettled me. I felt like he was trying to see right through me. I looked away quickly, convincing myself it was nothing. He must have just been passing by, I thought. Maybe he was waiting for someone. That night, I double-checked the locks, peered through the peephole, and tried to shake the feeling. But over the next few days, I started noticing things. He began showing up everywhere, at the coffee shop I frequented on the corner, standing by the counter, but never ordering anything. At the grocery store, a few aisles over, pretending to browse, but somehow always in my line of sight. Even during my evening runs in the nearby park, I caught glimpses of him between the trees, pacing slowly, like he was following the path I took. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe someone just had a similar schedule. But then the notes started. The first one was taped to my apartment door. A plain white index card, neatly handwritten, "I like watching you." I stared at it for a long time, my hand trembling as I picked it up. I checked the hallway. No one there. The card wasn't signed. There was no other indication of who it was. Just those 4 words. I reported it to the apartment manager, who told me she'd alert security and keep an eye out. But she didn't seem too concerned. "Austin's a safe city," she said. "Probably just some weird kid." I wanted to believe her, but deep down, I knew it was more serious. I started changing my routines. I drove to work at different times, varied my jogging routes, even stopped going to my favorite coffee shop. But it didn't matter. He always found me. One evening, after work, I parked in a different lot than usual, hoping to lose him. As I locked my car and walked to my apartment, I caught sight of him leaning against the building across the street, arms crossed, watching. By this point, fear had begun to creep into every part of my life. I stopped leaving my apartment after dark. I started sleeping with a baseball bat under my bed. I installed extra locks and motion sensors, though they didn't seem to provide any comfort. Then came the phone calls. At first, they were silent, just static, a faint breathing pattern that sent chills down my spine. Then, one night, I answered, and a calm, almost monotone voice whispered, "I'm closer than you think." My heart slammed against my ribs, and I dropped the phone. I didn't sleep for 3 nights straight. I began documenting everything. Sightings, notes, phone calls, anything that seemed connected. I shared the information with the police, but they were limited in what they could do. "Unless he actually breaks in or threatens you directly, there's little we can do," one officer explained. That didn't help my anxiety at all. Then came the escalation. It was a Saturday evening when I returned from a friend's birthday dinner. The building was quiet, the parking lot empty. As I approached my apartment, I noticed my door was slightly ajar. My heart nearly stopped. I pushed it open cautiously, whispering my own name to remind myself I was okay. Inside, everything appeared normal at first glance. But then I saw it. A single white rose on the floor in the middle of the living room. I don't know why, but the rose terrified me. I snapped a picture and called the police immediately. They came quickly, dusted for prints, and didn't find anything conclusive. "He's careful," one officer said. "He probably knows how to avoid leaving evidence." I felt helpless. That night, I slept in my friend's apartment. I couldn't bring myself to go home. The next day, I contacted a private security company. They suggested installing cameras in the hallways and outside my apartment, motion detection lights, and even panic buttons. I agreed, even though it made me feel like a prisoner in my own home. The weeks that followed were a nightmare. The cameras revealed him lurking near the building at odd hours, sometimes pacing, sometimes standing perfectly still, always watching. The footage never captured him entering, never showed him touching anything. He was meticulous, almost invisible in plain sight. One evening, I came home after a late shift at work. The moment I stepped into the building, I felt it. The presence, heavy and suffocating. My security camera feed on my phone pinged, and I watched in horror as he appeared inside the hallway, moving silently. I could see him through the lens, but I didn't want to confront him. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, he was gone. Just like that. I started carrying pepper spray and a taser everywhere. My friends tried to convince me to stay with them, but I insisted on staying in my apartment. I refused to give him the satisfaction of pushing me out of my own home. Then came the emails. Anonymous, encrypted, appearing in my inbox with subject lines like, "I see you," and "soon." They contained photos, some taken from my apartment window, some from my bedroom, but none were explicitly threatening. The message was clear. He was always watching, always knowing. I tried to track the emails, but they always bounced through multiple servers, always untraceable. I felt hunted, preyed upon in the most intimate parts of my life. I began to question reality. Every shadow, every movement outside my window felt sinister. Every sound became a threat. Months passed, each day blending into the next, a blur of fear and hyper-awareness. I slept in shifts, leaving lights on constantly. My social life vanished. I became isolated, talking to neighbors only when absolutely necessary. Then came the physical attacks. It started small. My garbage cans overturned in the middle of the night. My car tires were slashed. One morning, I found a note tucked under my windshield wiper. "You can't hide." I reported it to the police, but they still couldn't find him. One night, I was awoken by the sound of glass breaking. My heart raced as I grabbed my bat and crept toward the living room. The window by the kitchen had been smashed. I froze, seeing a shadow move outside, just beyond the shattered glass. I could hear him breathing. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I couldn't leave. I had nowhere to go. I called 911, and the dispatcher stayed on the line while I hid in the bedroom. I could hear him outside, pacing, whispering to himself. The police arrived 15 minutes later, and when they stormed the apartment, he was gone. But this time, he left a mark, a handprint in the dust on my coffee table, smudged and ominous. From that night onward, I stopped pretending I had control. I was a prisoner in my own home. I installed reinforced doors, security bars on my windows, and even motion-activated alarms inside the apartment. I carried multiple self-defense weapons, but none of it mattered. He adapted. He learned my routines faster than I could change them. One morning, I woke up to find my bathroom mirror fogged with words written in the condensation. "I'm inside." I panicked, tearing through the apartment, searching every corner. Nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling he was there, watching me, waiting. I reached out to a criminal psychologist, hoping to understand him, hoping to gain insight into why someone would do this. She told me about the patterns of obsession, of control, of compulsion. "He wants to break you without ever touching you," she explained. "This is psychological warfare. You can't predict him. You can only survive him." And survive became my only goal. Months turned into a year. I moved apartments once, thinking a fresh start would help, but he found me. Another note on my new door. "I always find you." I began to accept that my life would always be a series of measures, defenses, and constant vigilance. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. One evening, while reviewing my security footage, I noticed something chilling. He wasn't just outside. There were images of him inside my apartment, captured when I thought I was alone, images of him standing in the dark corners of my rooms, watching me sleep, moving silently, always observing. I realized then that he had been inside more than once. My safety was an illusion. I started carrying a camera in every room, recording constantly, trying to catch him in the act. The footage was horrifying. Faces at the windows, reflections in mirrors, shadows moving against the grain of reality. I couldn't escape it. He had wormed himself into every aspect of my life, leaving traces that couldn't be ignored. One night I was sitting in the dark, bat in hand, headphones in, pretending to work on a project. I felt a presence behind me and turned sharply. Nothing. But my webcam was on, and when I checked the footage, I saw him standing behind me for at least 10 seconds, just watching before disappearing into the background. That was the moment I realized the truth. I was being stalked by someone who didn't just follow me, they were part of my life now, embedded in it. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I moved states. I changed my name. I altered my routines completely. I live now in a small town in Oregon, far from Austin, working remotely. I don't leave my home after dark. I don't have friends I see in person. I avoid posting anything online that could be traced. And yet I know he is out there somewhere, watching, waiting. I sometimes receive emails or letters, always vague, always hinting at proximity. A package left at my doorstep, an anonymous phone call, a fleeting shadow outside my window. I know he's never truly gone. I've learned to live like this because there is no ending, no confrontation that could end it. The fear has become a permanent fixture, a dark companion I cannot shake. I've tried therapy, I've tried relocation, I've tried law enforcement, but nothing can fully protect me from someone who doesn't just want to harm, they want to control. And in some terrifying way, he already has. I live with constant vigilance. Every sound, every flicker of movement is a potential sign. Every visitor is a risk. Every new apartment, a gamble. I've become a master of observation, hyper aware of my surroundings, but even that cannot erase the shadow he casts over my life. I know that at any moment he could appear, and there would be nothing I could do to stop him. The reality of being stalked is far more terrifying than any movie or story. It's not sudden attacks or dramatic confrontations. It's the slow erosion of your sense of safety, the invasion of your privacy, the constant anxiety that never lifts. It's knowing that someone knows your every move, your habits, your weaknesses, and that they are patient enough to wait, sometimes months or years, to exploit them. I've accepted that this is my life now. Fear is my constant companion, vigilance is my routine, sleep is a luxury, and trust is a dangerous concept. Every day I remind myself, he hasn't succeeded in physically harming me yet, but he has succeeded in something equally insidious. He has taken my peace of mind, my freedom, my ability to live without constant fear. And I know in my heart that he will never stop. He will always watch, always wait. And no matter where I go, no matter what I do, he will always be a step behind, silently observing, calculating, patient, because that is the nature of someone like him, relentless, meticulous, and terrifyingly committed to the idea that one day I will be his completely. Story the end. It was a Tuesday evening in late October when I first noticed something off. I had just finished my shift at the hospital, a quiet night in the emergency department, and I was driving home on the interstate, headlights slicing through the fog rolling off the river. The roads were nearly empty, which should have been a relief, but there was this unsettling sensation in the pit of my stomach, the kind that makes your hair stand on end. I chalked it up to exhaustion. Tuesdays were always rough, but when I glanced in my rearview mirror, I noticed a dark SUV that seemed to be tailing me a little too closely. It stayed behind me for miles, matching every curve, every brake, every acceleration. I tried taking the next exit, hoping to shake it, but it followed. Then I realized I'd never seen this SUV before, anywhere in my neighborhood, and the driver wasn't waving or signaling. They were just watching. My pulse quickened and I gripped the steering wheel tighter. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the SUV slowed but didn't stop. I bolted inside my apartment, double locking the door, fumbling with the deadbolt, and peering through the peephole. The SUV idled across the street, engine running, headlights off. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the building sounded amplified. Every shadow cast by the streetlight made me jump. I told myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I knew I wasn't imagining it. Over the next few days, the SUV appeared again and again, parked across from my apartment, at the grocery store, outside the coffee shop where I stopped every morning before work. Always there, always watching. I tried to report it to the police, but they said there was nothing they could do without proof. No plates, no description of the driver, no direct threat. They told me to stay alert, to keep logs. I started carrying a small notebook everywhere, scribbling license plates and locations, but it felt futile. Whoever it was seemed to know my schedule better than I did. The first real escalation happened one Friday. I got home from work around 10 p.m., exhausted, and the SUV was parked 2 doors down from my building. I didn't notice the figure standing outside until I reached the steps. He was tall, wearing a hooded jacket, hands stuffed into his pockets, face obscured in shadow. I froze. He didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there, staring at my door. I ran inside and called my friend Mark, shaking, whispering the whole story. He told me to call the police, to stay inside, not to go out alone. I waited on the phone with him until I heard the faint sound of footsteps retreating, and then the SUV pulling away. That night I barely slept, every sound outside my window making me flinch. The following week, things got worse. I started finding notes slipped under my door. I see you. You can't hide. Why do you run? They weren't signed. No indication of who they were from, just handwriting in jagged all-cap letters printed with a black marker. I started sleeping with the lights on, checking every lock before bed, carrying a can of pepper spray everywhere. Even then, I felt like the walls were closing in. One evening, I noticed something in the reflection of my kitchen window. A figure crouched across the street, blending into the shadows. I couldn't see his face, but I could see him watching. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but by the time the dispatcher answered, he was gone. I spent that night with the blinds drawn and a baseball bat by my bed. I couldn't drive anywhere without the SUV showing up. Grocery store, pharmacy, gas station, it didn't matter. If I went, it followed. I started avoiding friends' houses, skipping coffee, eating at home, my life shrinking into a series of locked doors and drawn blinds. My phone, my computer, even my social media seemed unsafe. I became paranoid of everything, strangers, neighbors, anyone who glanced my way. Then came the texts. My phone buzzed late one night. The number was blocked, unknown. The message read, "I like watching you sleep." I dropped the phone, trembling, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I didn't respond. I never responded. But they kept sending messages, simple, sinister, always confirming they knew where I was. I moved out of my apartment. I rented a small place on the other side of town, told the leasing office I needed discretion, paid extra for privacy. For a few days, I felt safer. Maybe it was over. Maybe I had escaped. But then I found a note under the door of my new apartment. Black marker, jagged letters, "Nice place, I can see you." I called the police again, showing them the texts and the notes. They promised to increase patrols, said to document everything. But the feeling didn't leave. Every time I walked to my car, I scanned the parking lot. Every time I left my apartment, I checked the street. One night, I woke to the sound of tapping on my window. I live on the second floor, so I froze, straining to see into the darkness outside. A shadow flickered across the curtains. My heart raced. I called 911 immediately. And by the time they arrived, the figure was gone. They didn't find anything, but my fear was tangible, real, consuming. The stalking escalated again in the form of my neighbors. A new tenant moved in next door, and shortly after I found my trash overturned, personal items gone. Then one day I saw a silhouette outside my window taking pictures. I called the police, showing them the photos from my phone, but again they couldn't find anyone. I began sleeping with my phone and pepper spray within arm's reach, blinds fully closed, door locked. One evening, I returned home from work, shaking with exhaustion, only to see the SUV parked directly in front of my door. The driver stepped out slowly, casually, as if nothing was unusual. I ran into my apartment, slammed the door, and called Mark. He insisted I stay on the phone with him. I could hear soft footsteps outside, pacing. I could hear the faint breathing of someone standing close. My heart threatened to burst. The minutes felt like hours. Then I heard it, a deliberate, slow tapping on my door. Whoever it was knew I was inside. I stayed on the phone with Mark, whispering, telling him what I could see through the peephole. Just darkness. Finally, the tapping stopped. The SUV drove away. But I knew it wasn't over. I could feel it, deep in my bones, that this person had integrated themselves into every aspect of my life. My sense of security, my privacy, my freedom, they were all gone. Days turned into weeks. I moved again, changing jobs, relocating to a new city. I tried to rebuild, to feel normal again, but the constant paranoia never left. I would see a dark vehicle parked near my office and immediately assume the worst. Every stranger on the street became a potential threat. My sleep was broken, filled with anxiety dreams where I was trapped, watched, followed. Then one night, something horrifying happened. I was in my apartment, unpacking boxes from the latest move when my doorbell rang. I froze. No one ever rang the bell. I peeked through the peephole. There he was, the same figure, hooded, calm, staring straight at my door. I called 911, my voice shaking, and stayed on the line as he pressed his face to the glass, staring at me. The police arrived within minutes. He ran. The SUV was gone. They searched the area, found nothing. That night I realized I could never truly escape. This person had become a permanent shadow in my life. Every move I made, every step I took, could be followed. My world had contracted to four walls and a locked door. I started taking precautions: security cameras, alarms, pepper spray, changing routines constantly, but nothing felt enough. Months later, I went out for groceries at night. The lot was empty. I grabbed my cart and felt a chill run down my spine. Across the parking lot, the SUV was parked. No driver in sight, just the blacked out windows. I grabbed my groceries and ran to the car, heart hammering, only to find a note tucked under my windshield wiper. I know where you live. I left the groceries behind, drove away without looking back. I couldn't. My life had become a series of calculated steps to avoid a shadow that existed solely to haunt me. I stopped making plans, stopped forming connections, stopped trusting anyone. Every new apartment, every new job, every small attempt at freedom felt temporary, fragile. Even now, years later, I check my rearview mirror constantly. I notice shadows where there shouldn't be any. I sleep with my phone in my hand, lights on, doors locked, blinds drawn. The texts, the notes, the SUV, the watching, it never fully ends. The fear has become part of me, stitched into my daily existence. I know that somewhere out there, someone is following, waiting, watching, and I can never let my guard down, not for a second, because I've learned the hard way. Some stalkers don't stop. They become part of your world, your life, your mind, and they wait for the moment you feel safe, the moment you think it's over, to remind you that you were never free. Story, the end. It started innocently enough, the kind of thing you barely notice at first. I was living alone in a small apartment in Portland, Oregon. I had just moved there for a new job at a publishing company, a quiet gig editing manuscripts and proofing books. I loved the city's mix of rainy streets and towering evergreens, the way the fog would curl around the bridges at night. I felt independent, invincible even, despite having just turned 26. The first time I noticed him, it didn't feel threatening. I had parked on the street near my apartment after an evening at a coffee shop, a light drizzle dampening the sidewalks. As I walked toward the entrance, I saw a man standing across the street, leaning against a lamppost, looking down at his phone. He looked ordinary: jeans, hoodie, scruffy brown hair. But something about the way he glanced up at me as I walked past made me pause. I shook it off, telling myself I was overthinking. People look at each other all the time. But the second time I saw him, I started feeling uneasy. I was leaving work late, around 10 p.m., and I noticed him sitting in a car across the street from the office building. He didn't move, didn't fidget, just stared at the building. My stomach sank. Could he have been waiting for me? I convinced myself it was coincidence again, though the pit in my stomach refused to disappear. The sightings kept escalating in frequency. Sometimes I saw him in the lobby of my apartment building, pretending to read a magazine. Other times he would appear across the street when I stepped outside, always in the same hoodie, always with that same blank expression. I began changing my routes to work, taking different streets, even varying my grocery store trips. But no matter what I did, he seemed to appear, always watching, always waiting. I started to fear my own reflection in the windows as I walked past, imagining him watching from inside, tracking my every move. I avoided the gym I had joined, stopped going out to meet friends for drinks, and slowly my life shrank to the size of my apartment. I began sleeping with the lights on, checking the locks 3 times before going to bed. It was exhausting, and the anxiety gnawed at me relentlessly. The first real scare came one Thursday night. I had gone out for a late dinner at a diner 2 blocks from my apartment. When I returned, I noticed my apartment door was slightly ajar. My heart nearly stopped. I fumbled for my keys, stepping inside cautiously. Everything looked normal at first glance, but I could feel the air was heavier, charged with something I couldn't name. Then I saw it, a single red rose on the kitchen counter. No note, just the rose. I dropped to my knees, panic swallowing me. I called the police immediately. They came within 10 minutes and searched the apartment. No one was found, and there were no fingerprints on the rose. They suggested it might have been a prank or some random act, but I knew better. That same night, I installed security cameras at my door, on my balcony, everywhere I could. I slept fitfully, my eyes flicking toward the doors and windows every few minutes. The next few weeks were a blur of sightings and increasingly brazen acts. One evening, I came home from work to find the word watching scrawled across my mailbox in black marker. Another night, I found a small package on my doorstep containing a pair of gloves and a note that simply read, "For when it gets colder, I'll be waiting." My sense of safety evaporated completely. I began carrying pepper spray in my purse at all times, and I started bringing a pocket knife with me when I went out. I avoided leaving my apartment after dark. I installed motion-activated lights around the perimeter, and I even considered getting a dog for protection. Every night, I went to bed expecting something to happen, listening for the smallest sound outside my window. It escalated further when the phone calls started. At first, it was just silence when I answered. Then I began hearing breathing, soft at first, then harsh and ragged, always accompanied by a faint whisper, "I see you." Sometimes I could hear faint footsteps in the background. I never picked up when my caller ID said unknown, but they always left messages. The police took a report but couldn't trace the calls. One night, the terror hit its peak. I was curled up on the couch, laptop open, pretending to work when I heard a knock at my window. It was on the second floor balcony. I froze, heart hammering, unable to even breathe. I pulled back the curtains slightly and saw him crouched just outside, hoodie up, gloves on, staring directly at me. I called 911, shaking so violently I could barely hold the phone. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. From that moment, my life became a constant state of hypervigilance. I began carrying 2 phones, a panic alarm, and pepper spray. I rarely left my apartment, and when I did, I tried to vary my route, hoping to confuse him. But he was relentless. My therapist later explained that stalkers often escalate when they feel their target is aware and attempting to avoid them. Over the next several months, I documented everything. Every sighting, every call, every strange package or message. The police began taking my case more seriously after multiple reports and the security footage I provided. They did background checks and began looking for a pattern in his behavior, but he remained just out of reach, always a step ahead. One night, I was leaving a grocery store late, bundled in a coat against the cold drizzle, when I noticed him across the street again. He was standing in the shadows, leaning against a pole. I felt my pulse spike, my legs tense to run. I ducked behind a car, watching him, heart hammering. He didn't move, just tilted his head like he knew I was there. I called the police as soon as I got home. They said they would increase patrols, but nothing more. Months passed. The sightings became less frequent, though the calls never completely stopped. I eventually moved to a new apartment across town, hoping for anonymity. But even there, I could feel his presence lingering in my mind. I would see someone in a hoodie across the street or parked in a car nearby and jump to conclusions. My life had been permanently altered. The worst moment came almost 2 years after the first sighting. I was asleep when I heard a creak in my apartment. My bedroom door slowly opened, and there he was. Not a shadow in the distance, not across the street, inside. I screamed, lunging for my phone to call 911. He vanished before the police arrived. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing. I learned later that he had likely entered through an unlocked window I had forgotten to close. The police warned me that stalkers often study their targets' routines meticulously, and any small lapse could be exploited. After that, I took extreme measures. Deadbolts on every door, window locks, security cameras everywhere. I changed my phone number, email, social media accounts. I started taking self-defense classes. I limited my outings to daylight hours and always had someone accompany me. I never felt truly safe again. Even now, years later, I check the locks multiple times before going to bed. I still see shadows out of the corner of my eye, and every unfamiliar car near my apartment sends a shiver down my spine. I have learned to live with the anxiety, but it never fully goes away. The idea that someone could fixate on you, watch you, and intrude into your life without your knowledge is terrifying. And once it happens, you can never return to the life you had before. The stalking eventually faded, but the fear it implanted in me has never left. I remain cautious, vigilant, and sometimes even paranoid. Every noise in the night, every unfamiliar face across the street brings the memory back. I live in constant awareness, a permanent reminder that someone out there once made me the center of their obsession. And that knowledge changes everything, even years later, because you realize there are people who derive satisfaction from terror, and the world is far less safe than you ever believed it to be. Story the end. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly, in ways that Emma initially dismissed as coincidence. She had always prided herself on being aware, cautious in a way that friends often teased her about. Yet she never imagined that her vigilance would be tested in the most horrifying way. Emma lived alone in a modest two-bedroom apartment in Cleveland, Ohio. Her life was ordinary: work, gym, friends, quiet nights in. But that normalcy made the intrusion all the more terrifying. The first sign was a note. It appeared one Tuesday evening, slipped beneath her front door, perfectly placed so she would notice it when she returned from work. The envelope was small, cream-colored, and had no return address. The handwriting was meticulous, neat, and almost obsessive. Curiosity outweighed caution at first. She picked it up, hesitated, and then unfolded it. "You looked lovely in the red coat today." Emma's stomach sank. She remembered the coat. She wore it to a meeting that morning. How could anyone have known? She lived alone. No one else had keys. She checked the hallway through the peephole. Empty. The air felt heavier, and a faint chill ran down her spine. She tried to rationalize it. Maybe a neighbor with a penchant for mischief, someone who noticed her while walking their dog. But even as she tried to convince herself, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next day at work, she mentioned it casually to her coworker, Lisa. "Someone slipped a note under my door," Emma said, her voice barely above a whisper. Lisa frowned. "That's really creepy. Did you call the police?" "I'm not sure it's serious. Maybe just a prank." Emma forced a smile. But the note wasn't a prank. By the end of the week, more appeared. Each one was more personal, more invasive. One commented on her hair, another on the shoes she had worn the day before. She tried to dismiss them, throw them away without reading. But she couldn't stop herself. Her anxiety began to grow. The apartment, once a haven, felt like a trap. By the third week, the notes began including her routines. "You left your apartment at 8:15 this morning. I followed you to the coffee shop. You looked anxious." That night, Emma barely slept. She double-locked her doors, checked the peephole obsessively, and considered installing security cameras. She even debated staying with friends, but the thought of abandoning her own home felt like defeat. A month in, the notes escalated. They were no longer confined to her home. She found them at her gym, her favorite cafe, even on her car windshield in the office parking lot. "I saw you at the cafe today. You smiled at that barista like you always do." Cute. Emma was terrified. She realized her every move was being tracked. Her phone rang frequently with unknown numbers. Often, when she answered, there was silence, sometimes a deep, deliberate breath. Occasionally, a voice whispering her name. She called the police multiple times, filed reports, but without a suspect or evidence, they could do little. Their advice was always the same: keep records, avoid predictable routines, and remain vigilant. She started varying her schedule, leaving for work earlier some days, later on others. She changed her jogging routes, her grocery stores, even her favorite lunch spots. But the stalker seemed to anticipate every adjustment. Notes arrived regardless, sometimes describing things she thought only she had known. Emma's paranoia intensified. She began installing security cameras herself, both inside and outside her apartment. She placed them strategically: front door, back door, living room windows. She hoped to catch something, anything, but the footage always came back blank. No one ever appeared on the cameras, though the signs were there: small disturbances in her home, items slightly moved, faint odors she couldn't identify. One night, she came home to find her door ajar. Her heart raced. She knew she had locked it. She cautiously stepped inside. The apartment appeared untouched. No one was visible. But the sense of violation clung to the air, heavy and oppressive. Her phone rang, unknown number. "Emma," a male voice said softly, measured, chilling. "I saw you just now." She dropped the phone. The line went dead. Trembling, she called the police, who arrived quickly. They searched, but found nothing. She couldn't sleep that night, constantly checking doors, windows, every corner of the apartment. Weeks passed. The notes became increasingly threatening. I enjoy watching you. You have no idea how close I am. Don't worry, I'll always be gentle. For now. Emma started to carry pepper spray, installed extra locks, and even slept with a baseball bat nearby. She cut off nearly all social media, changed her email addresses, her phone number, anything that could identify her online. Yet the intrusions continued. Then came the photographs. One morning, taped to her mailbox, was a photo of her leaving work the previous evening, taken from outside her car, clearly capturing her as she walked toward her apartment. She nearly fainted. Someone was outside, observing, documenting her life. Emma's friends begged her to stay with them, but she refused. This was her home, and she couldn't let him win. She hired a locksmith to reinforce doors, added motion-sensitive lights around the exterior, and set up an alarm system that connected directly to the police. She even spoke with a private investigator who warned her that stalkers like this were persistent, sometimes escalating when they sensed resistance. One night, after a particularly grueling day at work, Emma returned home and found her front door slightly scratched, tiny marks near the lock, deliberate but faint. Her heart pounded as she realized this was more than observation. He had been close enough to try the locks, perhaps enter, while she was away. Terrified, she slept at a friend's apartment for a few nights, but the anxiety never left. Even in a different city, she imagined him nearby, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her to become complacent. Emma eventually decided to leave Cleveland. She sold her apartment, relocated hundreds of miles away, and changed every aspect of her life she could. Yet the terror followed her. Subtle things reminded her. An unfamiliar car parked too long outside her temporary home, a shadow at the window that shouldn't be there, an unknown number on her phone that would hang up when she answered. One evening, in her new city, Emma returned home from a late dinner to find a note slipped under her new front door. I found you again. No matter where you go, I will always know. Her hands shook violently. Every precaution, every move she had made to evade him seemed futile. The psychological toll was immense. Emma barely slept, constantly checking locks, cameras, and doors. Every passerby on the street was a potential threat. Her friends noticed the change in her demeanor. She was jumpy, hyper-vigilant, unable to relax. Therapy helped, but even therapists could only do so much against a stalker who could hide in plain sight. Emma learned techniques to protect herself, varying her routine, always having a safety plan, but deep down she knew she would never feel completely safe again. Then came the realization. The stalker had escalated beyond notes, photos, and surveillance. One night, after returning from work, Emma found the bathroom window slightly ajar. She never left it open. Panic set in. She secured it immediately, checked the rest of the apartment, but the unease persisted. She had no idea if he had been inside while she was away, if he had watched her more closely than ever before. Every day became a struggle to maintain normalcy. Going out was a risk. Staying home was a prison. Even the simplest activities, grocery shopping, jogging, taking public transport, carried the weight of potential danger. Emma's life, once ordinary, had been consumed entirely by vigilance. Months turned into a year. The notes, once daily, became less frequent, but no less chilling. Occasionally, she would find one tucked into her mailbox or taped to her door. I'm patient, always watching, always close. Emma eventually sought a permanent solution. She connected with law enforcement in her new city, provided them with all records, notes, and photographs. They set up monitoring on her residence, increased patrols, and coordinated with her private security consultant. While it didn't eradicate the threat, it created a buffer, a layer of protection that allowed her to function with slightly less fear. Even years later, Emma could feel the shadows of that terror. Any unfamiliar movement, any sudden noise, triggered a flash of panic. She had rebuilt her life, made a career, maintained friendships, but the awareness never faded. She learned to live with the fear, to anticipate, to prepare. Yet at night, alone in her apartment, she would sometimes hear a whisper or think she saw a figure in the periphery of her vision. And she would remember the letters, the photos, the whispers, that someone had been so close, so personal, so obsessively fixated. Emma survived, but she was never the same. Her story became a cautionary tale for friends and family, a grim reminder that a stalker's reach can be invisible yet unrelenting. The psychological scars, the sleepless nights, the constant vigilance, these were the lasting marks of a horror that was not fictional, not fleeting, but terrifyingly real. Emma understood the truth, painful and inescapable. A stalker doesn't just threaten your safety. They consume your peace, infiltrate your mind, and leave you living in a perpetual state of terror. And even when you escape, even when you run and hide, the knowledge lingers, like a shadow that will always follow. Story the end. I didn't notice him at first. Back then, I was just another 20-something trying to make ends meet in a small but busy town in Pennsylvania, working 2 jobs and barely keeping up with rent. My routine was predictable. Early mornings at the cafe down the street where I worked as a barista, afternoons running errands, and quiet nights in my second-floor apartment in an old brick building that always smelled faintly of mildew and burnt toast. I kept to myself, mostly. I wasn't the kind of person to make waves or draw attention, and I thought that meant I'd be safe. The first time I saw him, it was the middle of February. I was on my way home from the cafe, bundled in a worn-out navy coat and scarf, my breath puffing white in the icy air. He was standing across the street, leaning against a lamppost, smoking. There was nothing unusual about him, a guy in his late 30s or maybe early 40s, a baseball cap pulled low, dark hoodie, jeans. He wasn't staring exactly, but when I walked past, I felt it. That prickling on the back of your neck, that unexplainable heaviness of being watched. I brushed it off. Small town, maybe he lived nearby. People loitered all the time. A week later, I saw him again. This time it was outside the grocery store. He didn't buy anything. He just stood near the entrance, hood up, hands in his pockets, and as I walked past with my paper bags, I noticed his head turn slightly, following me until I got to my car. I told myself it was coincidence. I didn't want to seem paranoid. But then the notes started. The first one was tucked under my windshield wiper. You look pretty when you smile. It didn't have a name or number, just those words written in neat, careful handwriting. I crumpled it up and tossed it without a second thought. People did weird things sometimes. I figured it was harmless. The second note came 2 days later, slipped under my apartment door while I was at work. Blue looks good on you. That day, I had been wearing my blue barista apron. Something in my stomach tightened, but I still tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some high school kid in the building trying to freak me out. Then, one night, after closing at the cafe, I stepped outside into the cold and saw him again, standing across the street under the same lamppost. This time, there was no pretending I hadn't noticed. He was looking straight at me, his face mostly hidden by his cap, but I could feel his eyes. My coworker, Emily, walked out behind me, laughing about something, and just like that, he turned and melted into the shadows. "Do you know that guy?" she asked, glancing after him. "No," I said, forcing a laugh. "Probably just some random creep." I wanted to believe that. God, I wanted to believe that. Over the next few weeks, it escalated. I would catch glimpses of him everywhere. By the park when I went jogging, near the library where I like to read on my days off, even outside the laundromat at the corner of Main and Fifth. Always watching. Never saying a word. I started to dread leaving my apartment. I'd sit by the window at night, staring out into the empty street, my hands tight around a mug of tea, waiting for some sign that I wasn't imagining things. The notes kept coming, too. Sometimes they were slipped under my door. Sometimes left on my car. "I like the way you walk. You shouldn't talk to him. He doesn't deserve you. I know when you're alone." That last one made me sick to my stomach. I told my landlord. He shrugged and said he'd keep an eye out, but there were no cameras in the building, and I didn't even know the man's name to file a police report. My friends told me to carry pepper spray, to walk with someone whenever I could, but they didn't understand the quiet terror of it, the way it seeps into everything. One night, around midnight, I woke up to a faint scraping sound. At first I thought it was the old pipes in the building, but then I heard it again, the distinct sound of metal against metal, like someone fiddling with a lock. My front door lock. I froze. My phone was on the nightstand. I grabbed it, heart pounding, and dialed 911 in a whisper. The dispatcher told me to stay quiet and stay on the line. I could hear my pulse in my ears as the scraping stopped. Then, soft footsteps retreated down the hall. By the time the police arrived, The hallway was empty. They checked the door, said there were fresh scratch marks around the lock, but no sign of forced entry. One of them, a young officer who looked barely old enough to drink, told me to be careful and suggested buying a better deadbolt. I didn't sleep that night. After that, I bought cameras. One for the hallway, one for my living room, one facing the street outside. The first night, nothing. The second night, nothing. But on the third night, around 2 a.m., the hallway camera picked him up. He stood outside my door for nearly 10 minutes. Just stood there, not moving, not knocking, just standing. At one point, he tilted his head as if listening, and then he reached out and lightly brushed his fingers against my door before walking away. I showed the footage to the police. They said they'd keep it on file, but that without a name or direct threat, there wasn't much they could do. I felt helpless. I stopped jogging. I started taking Ubers to work instead of walking. I kept my blinds closed at all times. But it didn't matter. He always knew where I was. One evening, I got home from work and found a small package on my doorstep. No label, no return address. Inside was a Polaroid picture of me, taken from a distance, walking to work in my navy coat. Taped to the back was a note. "You looked cold today. I can keep you warm." I couldn't breathe. My hands shook so badly, I dropped the picture. I called my friend Emily in tears, and she came over with her boyfriend. They insisted I stay with them for a while. I packed a small bag and left that night, I triple-checking the locks as I walked out. I stayed with them for 3 days. It was quiet, almost normal, until Emily dropped me off at my apartment to grab a few things I'd forgotten. When I opened the door, I knew immediately something was wrong. The air smelled different, faintly of cigarettes and something metallic. My keys were on the counter where I hadn't left them. A half-empty glass of water sat on the table, sweating condensation as if it had just been set down. I backed out slowly, heart hammering, and called 911 again. By the time the police arrived, there was no sign of anyone. They told me there was nothing they could do unless I had proof of a break-in. I tried to show them the cameras, but the footage was corrupted. Static where the living room feed should have been, a blank screen for the hallway. Only the street camera still worked, and all it showed was an empty road. I didn't stay there that night. I didn't stay there ever again. I moved in with my sister 2 towns over, filed a restraining order even though I still didn't know his name, and started therapy. But the fear didn't leave. Everywhere I went, I saw him, or thought I did. In line at the gas station, walking down the opposite sidewalk, sitting in a car outside the library. Always at a distance, always just long enough for me to doubt myself. The last time I saw him, at least I think it was him, was 6 months later. I was leaving work at a new cafe in a new town with new locks and security systems when I felt it again, that prickling on the back of my neck. I turned, and there he was, standing across the street in the shadow of a bus stop, hands in his pockets, head tilted slightly as if to say, "I found you." I don't know how long I stood frozen there, staring. Long enough for the bus to pull up and block my view. When it drove off, he was gone. I changed my phone number. I quit social media. I learned to check every lock 3 times before bed. But some nights, when I'm half asleep, I swear I hear footsteps outside the window. Slow, careful, patient. You never really get over something like that. People think you can move on, start fresh, but they don't understand. The fear stays with you. It doesn't matter how many towns you move to, how many locks you change, how many cameras you install. Somewhere in the quiet, you'll always wonder if he's still out there, watching. Waiting, story the end. It started on an unusually warm night in late September, the kind of evening where the heat lingers even after the sun dips below the horizon. I was 26 then, working as a nurse in a small-town urgent care clinic outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. My shifts rotated constantly, but that night I had just finished a late one and was bone tired. The clinic had been dead most of the night, just the usual flu cases and one kid with a broken wrist. I stayed later than usual to catch up on charting and headed to my car around 11:45 p.m. The parking lot was dimly lit, and the tall trees surrounding it made it feel more isolated than it should have. I was scrolling through my phone when I noticed someone standing across the street. A man, tall, lean, and completely still, with his hands shoved into the pockets of a dark hoodie. I froze for a second, my keys in my hand, ready to hit the panic button on my fob. But he didn't move. He just stood there, staring, or at least I thought he was staring. It was too dark to see his face clearly. My gut told me to ignore it, to just get in my car and leave. So I did. By the time I pulled out of the lot, the spot where he'd been standing was empty. At first, I brushed it off as one of those eerie, late-night coincidences. But then it happened again. 2 nights later, I was closing up after another long shift. Same routine, same empty parking lot. And there he was. Same hoodie, same rigid posture, only this time he was closer, standing just at the edge of the light. I felt my throat tighten. I called out, "Can I help you?" But he didn't respond. He just tilted his head slightly, almost like he was studying me. I didn't wait around. I got in my car, locked the doors, and drove home. The whole way there, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights trailing me down the dark 2-lane roads that led to my apartment. The next morning, I told one of my coworkers, Dana, about the man. She joked about me having a secret admirer, but her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "You should tell management," she said, "or maybe the police, just in case." I didn't. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe he was just some drifter passing through town. That illusion shattered a week later. It was my day off, and I'd spent the afternoon cleaning my apartment and doing laundry. Around 6 p.m., I went to take my trash out to the dumpster behind the complex. As I rounded the corner, I saw him, standing by the far edge of the parking lot, near the line of pine trees that bordered the property. Same hoodie, same stillness. I froze mid-step, the garbage bag dangling from my hand. My heart slammed against my ribs. I could feel his eyes on me, even from that distance. Without thinking, I turned and bolted back to my apartment, slamming the deadbolt behind me. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely dial 911. The dispatcher was calm and polite. She said they'd send someone to do a drive-through. By the time the officer arrived, 15 minutes later, the man was gone. The officer took a report, asked for a description, and told me to call again if it happened. He was nice enough, but I could tell he didn't think much of it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every car door slamming in the distance set my nerves on edge. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. A few days later, I got my first text. Unknown number. No name. Just, "You looked pretty today." I stared at my phone, my stomach dropping, my hands trembled as I typed, "Who is this?" No response. I blocked the number, thinking maybe it was some messed up prank. The next morning, there was another text, this time from a different number. "I like your blue scrubs. They suit you." That was when the fear really set in. Whoever this was, they were close enough to see me, close enough to know my schedule. I went to the police again. Same officer, same calm expression. "Could be a scam," he said. "Could be someone you know playing a joke. Change your number, keep your doors locked, and let us know if anything escalates." But I didn't know anyone who would do something like this. 2 nights later, I woke up to a noise outside my bedroom window. A faint tapping, like the sound of fingernails on glass. My apartment was on the second floor, and for a split second I told myself it was a branch from the tree outside. Then I remembered. There was no tree outside that window. I sat frozen in my bed, clutching my phone, too terrified to move. After what felt like hours, the noise stopped. When I finally worked up the courage to look the next morning, there were faint smudges on the glass, like someone had pressed their fingers against it. I started changing my routine after that. Different routes to work, different grocery stores, leaving lights on when I wasn't home. I even bought a small can of pepper spray and a taser, though I wasn't sure I'd ever have the nerve to use them. But no matter what I did, the texts kept coming. Sometimes they were simple, "Good morning," "Sweet dreams." Other times they were more specific, describing what I was wearing that day or what time I'd left my apartment. Once I got a message that said, "I love when you wear your hair down." I barely ate. I barely slept. Every shadow outside my window looked like a figure. Every sound in the night made my skin crawl. Then one evening in early October, I came home from work to find an envelope taped to my front door. No return address, no name. Inside was a single photograph of me walking to my car in the clinic parking lot. My hands went numb. I ran inside, locked every door, and called the police. They sent an officer again, but there was nothing they could do. No fingerprints, no witnesses, No cameras that caught anything useful. I started staying with my friend Dana after that, crashing on her couch just to feel a little safer. She didn't make jokes anymore. She started walking me to my car after work, even though her own shift usually ended earlier than mine. For a while, things got quiet. No texts, no sightings. I let myself believe it was over. Then, one night, I came home to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I froze in the hallway, my keys clutched tight in my hand. The deadbolt was still locked, but the knob was turned just enough to leave a sliver of darkness between the door and the frame. I called 911 from the stairwell, whispering into the phone as if he could hear me. The dispatcher told me to wait for the officers. When they arrived and went inside, they found nothing. No one in the apartment, nothing missing. But when I stepped into my bedroom, I saw it on my pillow. A single Polaroid. Me, sleeping. The next few weeks were a blur of fear and exhaustion. I barely left the apartment, and when I did, I kept my head on a swivel, convinced that every car, every stranger, every shadow was him. The police put extra patrols in the area. I installed cameras inside and out, bought stronger locks, even adopted a dog. But the messages didn't stop. If anything, they got more frequent. You look tired. You should sleep more. I miss your smile. I'm closer than you think. I started sleeping with the lights on, the dog curled up at the foot of my bed, but even that didn't stop the nightmares, the ones where I'd wake up and see him standing at the foot of my bed, silent, waiting. One night around 2 a.m., my dog started growling at the window. Low, steady, menacing. My heart stopped. I grabbed my phone and crept toward the blinds, just enough to peek through. There he was, standing in the courtyard, looking up at my window. Hood up, hands in his pockets, completely still. I called the police, whispering into the phone, but by the time they arrived, he was gone. That was the last straw. I packed a bag and went to stay with my sister 3 towns over. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I changed my number, deleted my social media, and only told my boss that I needed some time off for personal reasons. For a few weeks, it was quiet. No texts, no sightings, no notes. Then, one morning, my sister handed me an envelope that had been left on her front porch. No postage, no name. Inside was a photograph. Me, sitting at her kitchen table, drinking coffee. Story the end. It started with something small. The kind of thing you could almost convince yourself was nothing. I was living in a small town outside of Denver, working as a bartender at a little restaurant on Main Street. The kind of job that paid enough to cover my rent and groceries, but not much else. I was 24, living alone in a second-floor apartment above an old antique store. It wasn't much. 1 bedroom, creaky wooden floors, a kitchen barely big enough for a table, but it was mine. I used to love walking home at night after closing the bar. The streets were quiet except for the hum of distant traffic and the occasional barking dog. There was something peaceful about it, the way the streetlights glowed against the pavement, the cool night air brushing my skin. I always felt safe there. I knew most of the people in town, and the area didn't exactly have a reputation for crime. That changed in early October. I was closing up late one night, around 1 a.m. The restaurant was dead quiet, and I was wiping down the bar listening to music through my earbuds when I felt that prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I looked toward the front window and saw a man standing outside, just beyond the reach of the streetlight. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie pulled up over his head, his hands shoved into his pockets. At first, I thought maybe he was just some guy waiting for an Uber or someone walking home, but he didn't move. He just stood there, watching. I told myself not to overreact, locked up quickly, and left through the back alley that led to the side street where I parked my car. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was no one there. Still, the feeling stayed with me all the way home. The next night, when I got home from work, there was a note taped to my apartment door. Just a small piece of paper with 2 words written in block letters. Nice smile. My stomach dropped. I looked up and down the hallway, but the place was empty, just the hum of the flickering fluorescent light above the stairwell. I told myself it was probably some dumb prank, maybe one of my regulars being weird. I ripped the note down and threw it away, trying to shake off the unease. Over the next week, more notes showed up. Love the way you laugh. I like your blue sweater. You look beautiful when you're tired. That one made me sick to my stomach because I had been in my pajamas all evening, curled up on the couch watching TV. The only way they could have known that was if they had been outside my window. I started keeping the blinds closed at all times. I double-checked the locks every night. I even asked my landlord to change them, but he brushed it off, saying it probably just kids messing around. Then came the text messages. The first one appeared on a Wednesday night while I was closing the restaurant. Unknown number. You shouldn't walk to your car alone. I froze, my hands trembling as I stared at the screen. I didn't respond. A second message came through almost immediately. I can walk you home. Would you like that? I told my manager what was happening, and he insisted on walking me to my car that night. I drove home with my heart in my throat, every shadow on the road feeling like a threat. The next morning, I found a single red rose lying on my doormat. No note, no explanation, just the rose. I started to feel trapped. I couldn't sleep, and when I did, I'd jolt awake to imagined noises, footsteps in the hallway, the sound of my doorknob rattling, the faint creak of floorboards that shouldn't be creaking. I bought pepper spray, kept a kitchen knife on my nightstand, and started parking my car right in front of the building so I could sprint upstairs as quickly as possible. One night in early November, I stayed late at work to do inventory. It was close to 2 a.m. when I left, and the streets were empty. I walked quickly, clutching my keys between my fingers like some kind of weapon, scanning every dark corner. When I rounded the corner to the side street where my car was parked, I froze. There was someone leaning against my driver's side door. He straightened up when he saw me. Tall, dark hoodie, same figure from that night at the restaurant. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, heart pounding so hard it made my vision blur. I ducked into the alley, sprinted the 2 blocks to Main Street, and didn't stop until I was inside the restaurant again, locking the door behind me. I called the police, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. 2 officers came and searched the area, but by then, whoever it was had vanished. They told me they'd keep an eye out, but there wasn't much they could do without a name or solid evidence. A few nights later, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of soft tapping on my bedroom window. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone drumming their fingers on the glass. My blinds were drawn tight, but I could see the faint shadow of a figure outside, unmoving. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. I reached for my phone and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver while my heart hammered in my chest. The police came within minutes, but again, there was nothing. No one in the alley, no footprints, no sign of forced entry. After that night, I stopped staying at the apartment. I started crashing on my friend Jenna's couch, telling her everything. She insisted I go to the police again, so I did. They filed a report, but it felt like they weren't taking me seriously. Keep your doors locked, one officer said, like I hadn't been doing that all along. It escalated in December. I had been working a double shift, exhausted, barely able to keep my eyes open when I finally got back to Jenna's place around midnight. There was an envelope waiting for me in her mailbox. Inside was a photo of me, walking to my car, head down, hair pulled into a messy bun. On the back, written in neat black ink, "Home is wherever you are." I started carrying my phone in my hand at all times, ready to dial 911. I stopped walking anywhere alone. Jenna and her boyfriend insisted I stay with them until things settled down, but it didn't help. The texts started again. "I miss your smile. I liked your hair down today. We don't have to play games, you know." The breaking point came a week before Christmas. Jenna and I had just gotten back from the grocery store. She went upstairs first, and I lagged behind to grab a second bag from the car. When I turned to go inside, there he was, standing at the end of the driveway, partially hidden by the shadow of the tree. This time I saw his face, early 30s maybe, pale, sharp jawline, thin lips curled into a faint smile like he knew something I didn't. I froze, my voice caught in my throat. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out. He didn't answer, he just tilted his head, still smiling, and slowly walked away into the dark. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every sound made me jump. Every creak of the old house made me clutch the knife I kept by the couch. A week later, Jenna's boyfriend walked me out to my car after my shift. It was snowing, the streets empty and quiet. I unlocked my car, slid into the driver's seat, and as I turned the key, my headlights caught something tucked under my windshield wiper. It was another note. You can't hide from me, Emma. I never told him my name. Not once. I stopped working nights after that. I couldn't bring myself to walk out into the dark alone. My manager was understanding, but I could see the frustration in his eyes. In January, I found another note on my apartment door because I'd finally gone back, desperate to grab some clothes and essentials. This one was different. Longer. I'm patient. I don't need to rush. You'll see. You'll understand. You're mine, Emma. You always have been. I don't remember dropping the note, but I remember the sound it made when it fluttered to the floor. I never went back to that apartment. I broke the lease, paid the penalty, and moved in with Jenna full time. The police eventually connected the messages to a man named Ryan Palmer, 32, lived 2 towns over, arrested once for harassment, but never convicted. I had seen him before. He'd been a regular at the restaurant, always quiet, always sitting alone at the far end of the bar, just watching. When they finally picked him up for trespassing near Jenna's house, he had a small notebook in his pocket. My name was written on almost every page, along with notes about my routine, what time I left for work, what I wore, who I talked to, even what I ordered for lunch. The restraining order doesn't make me feel safer. I still see shadows where there shouldn't be any. I still wake up in the middle of the night convinced someone is standing at the foot of my bed. Sometimes I swear I hear that faint tapping on the window again. They tell me he's not allowed within 500 feet of me. They tell me I'm safe. But every time I walk to my car, every time I catch a stranger's eyes lingering a little too long, my hands start to shake. Because deep down, I know the truth. People like him don't stop. Story the end. The first time I noticed him, I didn't think much of it. It was a Tuesday evening in late September, the kind of evening where the air smelled like rain and the streets glistened under the orange glow of the streetlights. I just left my job at a dental office in a small suburb outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. I was 26, living alone for the first time, and proud of the little one-bedroom apartment I'd managed to find on a quiet street near a park. I had my tote bag slung over my shoulder and my headphones in, humming along to some song on shuffle, when I caught sight of him leaning against the lamppost across from my building. At first, I barely paid attention. He was just a man, tall, maybe mid-30s, with dark hair under a baseball cap, dressed in a gray hoodie and black jeans. Nothing unusual. He was looking down at his phone, or so I thought, and I brushed past him without a second thought. I unlocked the door to my building, walked up to my apartment, and shut the world out. I didn't realize then that it would be the last night I'd feel safe in my own home. A couple of days later, I saw him again. This time, it was at the grocery store. I just grabbed a basket and was heading toward the produce section when I caught that same figure in my peripheral vision. Baseball cap, hoodie, dark jeans. He was by the entrance, not shopping, just standing there, watching. I felt my stomach tighten, but I forced myself to keep moving, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe he lived nearby. Maybe he was waiting for someone. But as I walked up and down the aisles, I could feel his presence. Every time I glanced around, there he was, sometimes behind me, sometimes ahead, but always within sight. I remember gripping my basket tighter, pretending to scroll through my phone as I hurried to the self-checkout. When I stepped outside into the parking lot, my heart nearly stopped when I saw him standing near my car. I froze. He didn't move toward me, didn't say anything. He just stared. There was no expression on his face, nothing I could read. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my keys. I forced myself to unlock the car, toss the bags in, and get inside without looking back. I told myself it was all in my head. I'd been watching too many true crime shows, that was all. But that night, as I sat on my couch eating a microwave dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It got worse after that. A week later, I came home from work and found an envelope taped to my door. No name, no return address. Just a plain white envelope with my apartment number scrawled on the front. Inside was a single Polaroid photo of me. It was taken from a distance, maybe through a zoom lens. I was walking out of my apartment building, my bag slung over my shoulder, my hair tied back in a messy ponytail. My blood ran cold. I showed the photo to the building manager, but she just frowned and said she'd keep an eye out. I called the non-emergency police line, but the officer I spoke to was dismissive. Probably just a prank, he said. Keep your doors locked and call us if anything escalates. I didn't sleep that night. After that, I started noticing him more often. He was at the park near my apartment, sitting on a bench, pretending to read a newspaper. He was at the coffee shop I went to every Saturday morning, sitting 2 tables behind me. Once, when I went for an evening jog, I turned around and saw him following at a distance, his pace matching mine. I changed my routine. I stopped going to the park. I ordered coffee from a different shop across town. I switched up my work schedule, taking earlier shifts so I'd be home before dark. It didn't matter. No matter what I did, he always seemed to know where I was. Then the phone calls started. The first one came late on a Friday night. I just settled into bed when my phone buzzed with an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. Silence. At first, I thought it was a prank, but then I heard it. A faint, rhythmic breathing on the other end. Slow, steady, deliberate. I hung up immediately, my hands shaking. The next night, it happened again. Same number, same silence, same breathing. I stopped answering, but the calls didn't stop. They came at random times, early in the morning, during my lunch breaks, in the middle of the night, always from blocked or unknown numbers. One night, just after midnight, my phone rang again. This time, when I didn't answer, a voicemail came through. I sat there, frozen, as I listened. It was his voice, low, calm, almost soothing. You looked beautiful today. I called the police again, but there was nothing they could do. The calls were untraceable, and until there was a direct threat, they said their hands were tied. That was when I started to break. I installed cameras, one in the living room, one by the front door, another facing the back alley behind my building. I ordered extra locks and a door bar. I even bought a small can of pepper spray to carry with me everywhere. For a while, things were quiet. I let myself believe maybe he'd moved on. Maybe it had just been some sick phase. Then one morning, I woke up and found a note slipped under my door. I like the blue dress. Wear it again. I didn't even own blinds for my living room windows. He'd been watching me from outside, watching me pick out my clothes. I remember collapsing onto the couch, shaking so hard I couldn't even dial my phone. That night, I slept in my friend Katie's apartment across town. She begged me to move out, to stay with her until I found somewhere safer, but I didn't want to uproot my life. I kept telling myself I'd take care of it, that I could handle it. I was wrong. The break-in happened 2 weeks later. I came home from work around 7. Everything looked normal at first. My door was locked, my lights were off, but when I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The air felt different, heavy. I set my bag down and turned on the light. That's when I saw it. On my coffee table was another Polaroid. This one was of me, sleeping. Taken from inside my bedroom, I screamed. I don't even remember dialing 911. The police arrived within minutes, but by then, whoever had been in my apartment was gone. There were no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing. The officer who took my statement looked at me with pity, but there was nothing he could do. Get a restraining order, he said, and maybe think about moving. I stayed with Katie for the next few nights. She tried to convince me to go to her parents' place in Virginia just to get some space, but I didn't want to run. I wanted my life back. Then, one night, while I was at her apartment, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Running won't help. You're mine. I dropped the phone. Katie saw the look on my face and grabbed it from my hands. Her face went pale as she read the message. We called the police again, but they treated it like another nonspecific threat. I stopped going to work after that. I couldn't focus, couldn't think. I barely ate. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow felt like him. The final straw came a week later. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my apartment door creaking open. I'd been staying at my place again, trying to pretend everything was normal. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by my bed and crept down the hall, my heart pounding so loud I could barely hear. The living room was dark, but the glow from the streetlight outside illuminated just enough for me to see him. He was standing by the window, his back to me, his head tilted slightly as if he were listening to something. I froze. Then slowly, he turned his head and looked at me. I'll never forget that smile. I ran. I don't even remember grabbing my keys or my phone. I just remember sprinting down the hall out of the building and into my car. I drove to the nearest police station and begged them to help me. That was 2 years ago. I moved to another state, changed my number, deleted all my social media, and cut ties with almost everyone I knew. I live in a small town in Montana now, in a house with reinforced doors and security cameras covering every angle. But even here, sometimes I swear I see him. A figure in a baseball cap at the edge of the parking lot. A shadow lingering too long near my fence. And every so often I find an envelope in my mailbox. No return address, no note, just a Polaroid of me. Story the end. It started so quietly that I almost convinced myself I was imagining it. Back then, I was 24, fresh out of college, and just settling into what felt like my first taste of adulthood. I'd moved into a small one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. The building wasn't fancy, thin walls, a drafty balcony door, neighbors who argued too loud, but it was mine. I worked as a receptionist at a physical therapy office during the day and bartended 2 nights a week for extra cash. My routine was simple, predictable. That routine is what got me noticed. The first time I saw him, it was at the bar where I worked. It was a quiet Wednesday night, the kind where I usually cleaned glasses and scrolled through my phone between pouring beers. He came in alone, sat 2 stools down, and ordered a whiskey neat. He wasn't remarkable. Late 30s, maybe 40, tall but thin, dark hair that curled just over his ears. He wore a plain gray hoodie and jeans. What I remember most is his eyes, sharp, steady, unblinking when they met mine. He didn't talk much that night, just nursed his drink and left a generous tip. The second time was Friday. He came in just before closing. Same drink, same seat, same quiet stare. This time, when I handed him his whiskey, he smiled and said, "Long night, huh?" His voice was smooth, casual. I smiled back, made some joke about drunks and karaoke, and he laughed softly before leaving another 20 on the counter. By the third week, he was there every shift I worked. He never caused trouble, never lingered, never asked for anything more than a drink and small talk. If anything, I thought of him as harmless, a regular, someone who made the hours pass a little faster. I didn't notice when the boundaries started to blur. One night, as I was locking up, I saw his car idling across the street. It was an older black SUV, the kind you stop noticing after a while. I didn't think much of it until I pulled out of the lot and saw his headlights in my rearview mirror, following me for 3 miles until I turned into my complex. I remember gripping my keys so tight they left dents in my palm as I jogged up the stairs to my unit. The next morning, there was a coffee cup on my doormat. My name was written on it in black marker. I laughed it off when I told Hannah, my best friend, about it over lunch. "It's probably just a thank you," I said. She didn't laugh. "That's not normal, Katie," she said. "That's creepy." I should have listened. Over the next few weeks, the small gestures became constant. Flowers left on my balcony, notes tucked under my windshield wiper. One night, after a late shift, I came home to find a small box outside my door. Inside was a silver necklace with a tiny heart pendant. No note. I stopped sleeping through the night. Every sound made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator, the footsteps of my upstairs neighbor, the wind rattling the balcony door. I bought heavier curtains and a second deadbolt for the door. I changed my parking spot every night. Then the texts started. The first one came just after midnight. "You're even prettier when you're tired." I stared at my phone, hands shaking, trying to remember if I'd given my number out to anyone. The number was unknown. I didn't reply. The second text came the next day. "Blue looks good on you." I had been wearing a blue sweater that morning at work. I blocked the number. The following day, a new text came from a different number. "Blocking me won't make me go away." I went to the police then. Sat in the small, gray-walled room of the precinct with my phone and the box of notes and flowers and explained everything. The officer, middle-aged, kind eyes, listened but shook his head. "He hasn't threatened you," he said, "and you don't have a name or plates. Document everything. If it escalates, call us right away." It escalated that night. I came home around 9:30 after closing at the bar. As I was unlocking my door, I felt it, a presence. That primal, skin-crawling sense of being watched. I turned slowly, my keys tight in my fist. At the bottom of the stairs, just beyond the reach of the streetlight, a figure stood perfectly still. It was him. Even in the dark, I knew those eyes. "Can I help you?" My voice cracked. He tilted his head but said nothing. "Look, you need to leave," I said, louder this time. He took one slow step forward, then another. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. I fumbled with my phone, dialing 911 with shaking hands. When I looked up again, he was gone. By the time the police arrived, the lot was empty. They searched, wrote a report, told me to consider staying with a friend. That night, I pushed my dresser in front of the door and slept with the lights on. From then on, it was constant. The black SUV parked across from my building at all hours. The shadow just out of reach when I walked to my car. The scrape of footsteps on the stairs outside my door in the dead of night. I stopped going out unless it was for work. Hannah begged me to crash on her couch, but I didn't want to leave my apartment, my things, my little corner of safety, what was left of it anyway. Then came the break-in. I had picked up an extra shift at the bar and didn't get home until nearly 2 a.m. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The air felt different, heavy. My living room light was on, even though I'd turned it off. The throw blanket from my couch was folded neatly on the armrest, and my bedroom door was open. I never left my bedroom door open. I backed out slowly, heart pounding, and called 911. The officers arrived within minutes, searched the place, found nothing, but on my kitchen counter was a single Polaroid. It was of me, sleeping in my bed. I moved in with Hannah that night. I broke my lease a week later, packed what I could into boxes, and left everything else behind. I quit the bar, changed my number, deleted my social media, and started over in a new neighborhood, clear across town. For a few weeks, it felt like it had worked. I could sleep again. I could walk to my car without scanning every shadow. I even started to believe maybe he'd given up, moved on to someone else. Then one night I came home from work and found a note taped to my front door. "Nice place. I like the curtains." I don't think I've ever screamed so loud. The police took me seriously then. They installed a camera outside my door, increased patrols around my block, but he was always one step ahead. The camera caught glimpses, a shadow in a hood, a hand holding an envelope, the blur of a license plate as the SUV sped away, but never a clear shot. I started carrying pepper spray everywhere. I kept a baseball bat by my bed. I stopped sleeping entirely. One night around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of my phone vibrating on the nightstand. "Come to the window," the text said. I froze. The phone buzzed again. "I just want to see you." I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then came the sound of something tapping against the glass, slow and deliberate. I stayed like that until the sun came up. After that, I stopped feeling safe anywhere. Grocery stores, gas stations, even at work, I caught glimpses of him everywhere. That black SUV parked at the edge of the lot, the figure lingering too long in the aisle, the eyes always watching, always steady. The police never caught him. I filed restraining orders that went ignored, moved 3 times in 2 years, but he always found me. Always. I don't tell people about it now. Most of my friends drifted away after the second move, unable to understand why I lived the way I did. Locks on every window, cameras in every room, routes to work that changed daily. I live like a ghost of myself, always looking over my shoulder, always waiting for the day he steps out of the shadows again. And deep down, I know that day will come. Story the end. It started the summer I moved into my first apartment alone. I was 24, fresh out of college, and had landed an entry-level job at a small marketing agency in Dallas. The place wasn't much, a modest one-bedroom on the second floor of a slightly run-down complex, but to me, it was freedom. I could stay up as late as I wanted, eat cold pizza for breakfast, and blast music without anyone complaining. At first, everything felt normal. My days followed a simple routine: work, home, maybe a quick run or a stop at the grocery store, and then Netflix until I passed out. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. Looking back, I try to pinpoint the exact moment things started to shift, but it's hard to remember the first signs when everything after burned so brightly into my memory. The first time I saw him, I didn't think much of it. I was carrying bags of groceries up the stairs to my apartment when I noticed a man leaning against the railing a few doors down. He wasn't anyone I'd seen around before, and in a building with only 8 units, you got to know the neighbors pretty quickly. He was average height, dark hair, plain jeans, and a gray hoodie despite the Texas heat. His eyes lingered on me just long enough to feel off. Not threatening exactly, just strange. I gave a polite nod, muttered evening, and went inside. A few nights later, I saw him again. I was getting home late from work, nearly 10 p.m., and there he was, sitting on the hood of an old black sedan parked near the stairwell. Same hoodie, hood up this time, head angled down like he was on his phone. When I walked past, I caught him looking up, eyes following me all the way up the stairs. My heart ticked up a notch, but I told myself not to be paranoid. It's a big complex, I thought. Maybe he's visiting someone. Except he wasn't visiting anyone. The next week, I noticed him again. This time, he was standing by the mailboxes in the early evening, staring across the lot. Then again, 2 days later, when I went out for a run. He was leaning against a tree near the sidewalk, hood pulled tight as if he was trying to be invisible. I started to feel uneasy, the prickling sense that maybe it wasn't just coincidence. One night, after a particularly long day at work, I ordered takeout and settled onto the couch. Around midnight, I heard a faint noise outside, like someone walking past my door. My building was quiet at night. Most of my neighbors were older, retired, or families with young kids. I muted the TV and sat there, listening. After a few seconds, there was a light tap on my door. I froze. It wasn't a knock. Not really. Just a soft, deliberate tap, like someone testing to see if I was awake. My skin prickled as I stared at the door, my heart hammering. After what felt like forever, I grabbed my phone and typed out a text to my friend Emily. Someone's outside my door. Should I call the cops? I waited. No sound, no movement. Finally, after maybe 5 minutes, I heard footsteps retreating down the hall. When I finally worked up the nerve to peek through the peephole, the hallway was empty. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just some drunk neighbor or a kid messing around. I wanted it to be nothing so badly that I swallowed the fear and carried on like normal. That was my first mistake. The second incident happened a week later. I came home from work, juggling my bag and some groceries, and noticed something tucked under my doormat. It was a folded piece of paper. My stomach flipped as I bent down to pick it up. Inside, in shaky, uneven handwriting, were the words, "I like your blue dress. Wear it again." I dropped the paper like it had burned me. The blue dress. I had worn it 2 days ago to work and then later to grab a coffee at the cafe around the corner. Whoever left the note had been close enough to see me, close enough to know where I lived. I called the leasing office the next day, trying to sound calm as I asked if they'd noticed anyone suspicious hanging around. The woman at the desk offered the usual platitudes. "We'll keep an eye out. We'll let the security patrol know." But I could hear the disinterest in her voice. After that, I started paying attention. I noticed the same car, that black sedan, parked in different spots around the complex. Sometimes it was across from my building. Sometimes it was near the back lot, but it was always there. And I started seeing him more often too. Sometimes just a glimpse through the blinds, a shadow by the sidewalk, or a figure leaning against a tree in the distance. Always still. Always watching. I told Emily about it one night over drinks. She laughed it off at first, said I was probably imagining things, but when I showed her the note, her face went pale. "You need to call the cops," she said. So I did. The officer who came out was polite but dismissive. He wrote up a report, told me to be careful, and suggested I install a camera by my door. "Probably just some creep with a crush," he said, like that was supposed to make me feel better. I bought the camera that night. For a while, nothing happened. The weeks slipped by without incident, and I let myself believe maybe it was over, that he'd gotten bored and moved on. Then, one night in early September, I got home late from a client dinner. It was almost 11, the air heavy and still, the parking lot quiet. I climbed the stairs, unlocked my door, and stepped inside. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, something metallic and sour. My skin crawled as I walked through the apartment, flipping on lights. Nothing seemed out of place until I reached the bathroom. There, sitting neatly on the edge of the sink, was my hairbrush. Only it wasn't where I had left it that morning. And there, on the white porcelain of the sink, was a single strand of my hair, taped in place. I don't remember grabbing my phone or running out the door, but the next thing I knew, I was in my car with the doors locked, in blighted gaze, shaking so hard my teeth rattled. The police came again, checked the apartment, found no signs of forced entry, Maybe you left the door unlocked, they said. Maybe you misplaced the brush. But I knew better. Someone had been inside. After that, I couldn't sleep. Every sound, the hum of the fridge, the creak of the building settling, sent me bolt upright, clutching my phone. I stopped going out alone, stopped opening the blinds, stopped living. The camera finally caught him a week later. I woke up to a notification on my phone at 3:14 a.m. Motion detected at your door. I opened the app with shaking hands and saw him, clear as day. The man from the parking lot, the man in the hoodie. He was standing at my door, his head tilted toward the camera, smiling. I sent the footage to the police, demanding they do something. They promised to increase patrols, but without a name or proof of a direct threat, there wasn't much they could do. 2 nights later, I woke to the sound of my sliding balcony door opening. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember how I got out of the apartment, down the stairs, and into my car. All I remember is the sound of footsteps behind me, steady and calm, as I fumbled with my keys. I drove straight to Emily's and didn't go back for 3 days. When I finally worked up the courage to return, the apartment felt wrong, like it had been violated. On the kitchen counter in neat block letters was a note. You shouldn't have run. I just wanted to talk. That was when I packed everything I could fit into my car and left. I didn't break my lease. I didn't look back. I stayed with my parents for a month, then found a new place in another part of the city under a different name. I changed my number, deleted my social media, and learned to live in a constant state of awareness. It's been almost 2 years now. I haven't seen him since, but I still check my locks 3 times before bed. I still scan parking lots before walking to my car, and some nights when the world is quiet, I swear I hear the soft tap of knuckles on my door. Story the end. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly, the kind of detail that creeps in around the edges of daily life and doesn't register until it's too late. I was living in a small apartment in suburban Denver, a modest 2-bedroom in a brick complex that sat between a main road and a sleepy residential street. I had moved there after college, desperate for a place of my own. The apartment itself wasn't impressive. Shadows crept along the corners of the walls, the windows rattled slightly when trucks passed by, and the heating system had a hum that never fully quieted. But it was mine. Independence tasted sweet at first, a freedom I hadn't known before, and I indulged in it fully. The first indication something was wrong was almost laughable. I had returned home from work one night carrying a grocery bag in my briefcase when I noticed a candy wrapper at the edge of my doormat. I paused and stared, dismissing it at first as wind-blown debris or a neighbor's careless child. But over the next few days, I found the same type of wrapper placed precisely in the same spot. Once I bent down to pick it up and noticed a faint fingerprint pressed into the paper. My stomach dropped, but I rationalized it. Maybe it was a maintenance worker or someone delivering mail. There were plausible explanations, I told myself. A week later, I was walking home after work when I noticed a man across the street. He was leaning against a lamppost, hands stuffed in the pockets of a dark hoodie, face partially obscured. At first, I assumed coincidence, maybe a neighbor enjoying the cool evening air. But as I crossed the street, he began moving in the same direction, keeping his distance but matching my pace. My pulse quickened. By the time I reached my apartment, fumbling with my keys, I dared a glance over my shoulder, and he was still there, watching. He didn't hide, didn't approach, just observed, his presence deliberate and unnervingly patient. I tried to shake it off. Big city, lots of people, meaningless coincidences. But over the next several days, the encounters multiplied. Notes began appearing, always folded neatly and tucked under my door or placed on my windshield. At first, they were benign, even innocuous. Nice shoes today. Love that haircut. But soon, the messages grew more specific, more invasive. I see when you leave the apartment at night. You walked to the bus stop wearing a red scarf yesterday. I called the police. They were polite, but dismissive. Without physical evidence of a break-in or the suspect being caught in the act, there wasn't much they could do. They suggested cameras, better locks, and varying my routine. I did all 3, but each measure seemed insufficient. Whoever this was had already memorized my habits. Then the photographs started. The first one was slipped under my door, a Polaroid showing me returning from the grocery store that afternoon. The angle was low, the image grainy, but unmistakably me. My stomach churned as I realized someone had been following me, close enough to snap a photo without being seen. Over the next week, more photos appeared, walking to the bus stop, leaving work, returning late at night. Each one was a calculated intrusion into my life, an uninvited observation of every mundane action. I stopped going out alone. I took Ubers instead of walking, avoided the grocery store across the street, and declined invitations from friends. My apartment became my prison. Sleep was elusive. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the refrigerator, every distant siren made me jump. Every shadow felt like it contained him, waiting. One night, I woke to the sound of soft scratching at my door. My hands shook as I reached for my phone. I pressed my ear against the door and froze. There was a voice, low and deliberate, whispering my name. My name. I wanted to scream, to bolt, to disappear, but I couldn't move. The sound stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving a hollow silence that was heavier than the noise itself. The next day, I found a single red rose on my kitchen counter. Next to it, a note written in jagged letters: "You left your door unlocked last night. Be more careful." Panic seized me. I had locked the door. I had checked it twice. The realization that someone had been inside, or at least very near, while I slept, made my skin crawl. I moved in temporarily with a friend, cutting my hours at work and staying indoors as much as possible. But he found me anyway. Once, while I was returning from a grocery run, I saw him across the street. I ducked into an alley and ran until I reached the safety of a public building. Even then, I could feel him watching, calculating. The police eventually identified him. Ryan Palmer, a man in his early 30s with a history of harassment and stalking. They found a notebook detailing my routines, photographs, and even maps of my movements. He had been planning and tracking me for months. Arresting him brought relief, but it did not erase the trauma, nor the lingering fear that someone else could take his place. Even years later, I remain cautious. I change my locks frequently, avoid social media, and remain aware of my surroundings. Every shadow, every unfamiliar figure in the distance triggers the reflexive fear of being watched. The psychological impact is permanent. I live with a heightened vigilance, a constant anxiety that the illusion of safety can be shattered at any moment. I tell this story not to frighten, but to illustrate how quickly normal life can be invaded, how invisible lines can be crossed, and how personal safety can be violated in ways that leave permanent marks. Even after legal action, even after physical threats are removed, the terror of being observed, of having every movement memorized and cataloged, does not fade easily. It follows you quietly, insistently, like a shadow that will not let go. Years later, I still scan my surroundings in supermarkets, notice reflections in car windows, and avoid empty streets at night. The sense of freedom I once had has been replaced with a constant, underlying anxiety. I have rebuilt my life, but the memory of being stalked remains, a vivid reminder of how quickly control can be stolen and how permanent the consequences can be for the mind and spirit. Even now, when I hear footsteps behind me or see a shadow linger just a little too long, I feel that old familiar fear, the awareness that someone could be watching, always watching, and that the safety I cling to is tenuous at best. I have learned in the most visceral way that independence comes with vulnerability, and that fear can become a permanent companion when someone has deliberately intruded into the most private corners of your life. Story the end. I first saw him in the summer of 2019 on one of those sticky August evenings where the air feels thick enough to chew. I'd just moved into a modest one-bedroom apartment in Columbus, Ohio. It wasn't much. Peeling paint on the walls, a perpetually dripping faucet in the kitchen, and paper-thin walls that let me hear the guy next door play video games until 3 a.m. But it was mine. I'd lived alone before, but this was the first time I'd been completely on my own. No roommates, no significant other, no dog barking at every sound. Just me, a couple of thrifted furniture pieces, and a window AC unit that groaned louder than my thoughts. The first time I noticed him was nothing. At least, that's what I told myself. I was carrying groceries in from my car, fumbling with my keys, and I saw a man across the street. He was leaning casually against a lamppost, wearing a dark hoodie despite the heat, and a baseball cap pulled low. He didn't look at me directly, but there was something about his stillness that caught my attention. I brushed it off. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe I was imagining it. A week later, I saw him again. This time, it was early morning. I was leaving for work, still half asleep, balancing a travel mug of coffee in one hand and my laptop bag in the other, when I noticed him standing near the corner of the building, cigarette dangling from his lips, watching. I paused, clutching my keys, but he just turned, walked down the street, and disappeared around the corner. By September, I couldn't deny it anymore. He was everywhere. At first, it was subtle. I'd see him at the grocery store, lingering in the produce aisle, pretending to examine tomatoes. I saw him at the gas station one night, sitting in his car, his face illuminated by the pale glow of his phone screen. Once, I even saw him at my job, standing outside the coffee shop where I worked, hands shoved in his pockets, staring through the glass. I told my coworker Jess about him one night as we closed up. She shrugged, offered me a half-hearted, probably just some random guy. Don't worry about it. But it was hard not to. Because then came the notes. The first one was tucked under my windshield wiper after work. Pretty smile. 2 words. That was it. The second note came a few days later, slipped under my apartment door. I like your hair down. That one made me pause because I'd worn my hair in a messy bun all week, except for that day. By October, my stomach knotted every time I stepped outside. I started carrying my pepper spray everywhere, gripping it like a lifeline whenever I walked to my car. I checked my locks 3 times before bed and slept with the TV on just to drown out the silence. Then, one night, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside my window. Slow, deliberate. I froze, straining to hear over the hum of the AC unit. Then came the faint crunch of gravel and the unmistakable shadow passing across the narrow slit of light beneath my blinds. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning there was a new note on my doorstep. You looked scared last night. Don't be. I'd never hurt you. My hands shook as I read it. That was the moment I knew this wasn't just coincidence or paranoia. I went to the police. The officer behind the desk, a man in his 50s with thinning hair and a bored expression, took my statement, scribbled a few notes, and told me they'd keep an eye out. When I showed him the notes, he shrugged. Not much we can do without a name, he said. Could just be some harmless guy with a crush. Harmless. That word stuck with me. By November, the fear consumed me. I stopped going out unless it was for work. I ordered groceries online, kept my blinds closed at all times, and ignored my friends' texts inviting me out. My world shrank down to the 4 walls of my apartment, and even there, I didn't feel safe. One night, I came home from a late shift and noticed my doormat flipped upside down. It sounds small, insignificant even, but I knew. I knew I hadn't left it that way. Inside, everything looked the same, at first, but then I noticed my coffee mug on the counter, the one I'd washed and put away that morning, sitting next to the sink with a faint ring of liquid inside. I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up. I called the police again, begged them to send someone to check the apartment. They came, looked around, said there were no signs of forced entry. One of them even suggested maybe I'd just forgotten to lock the door, but I knew I hadn't. That night, I ordered a set of security cameras online and had them installed the next day. One in the hallway, one in the living room, one pointing out the front window. The first 2 nights, nothing. On the third night, around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed with a motion alert. I opened the camera feed and nearly dropped my phone. He was standing in the hallway, right outside my door, not moving, not knocking. Just standing there, his face partially hidden by the brim of his cap, his head tilted slightly, like he was listening. I sat there, frozen, watching him on the tiny screen until he finally turned and walked out of frame. The next morning, there was another note. I like watching you sleep. I stopped sleeping altogether. My manager at the coffee shop noticed first, commenting on the dark circles under my eyes, my jumpiness every time the door opened. Jess started insisting on walking me to my car after every shift. I didn't tell her that he'd started leaving things now too, small things. A single flower taped to my door, a Polaroid of me walking to my car, my keys in hand. One night, a necklace I didn't recognize, carefully coiled on my doormat like a gift. By December, I was barely functioning. I stayed with a friend for a week, hoping maybe the distance would make him lose interest. But when I returned home, there was a note waiting. Don't leave me again. The handwriting was neater this time, almost careful. That night, I heard the footsteps again. Louder this time. Closer. I dialed 911, whispering into the phone as I hid in my bedroom closet, my hands shaking so hard I nearly dropped it. I could hear him in the apartment, the soft creak of the floorboards, the faint hum of his breath. The police arrived in under 10 minutes, but by then he was gone. No fingerprints, no forced entry, just the faint smell of cigarette smoke lingering in the air. I moved out 2 days later, packed everything I owned into my car, and drove 3 hours to stay with my sister in Dayton. I changed my number, deleted my social media, even dyed my hair. For a while, it felt like it worked, but sometimes late at night, I'll see a car idling across the street from my sister's house. Dark, windows tinted, engine running low, and I wonder if he ever really left. Story the end. It started the day I moved into my first apartment. I was 24, fresh out of college, and had landed my first real job in Chicago. The apartment was small, on the third floor of a red brick building in a quiet neighborhood. I loved the view of the tree-lined street and the sound of the city in the distance. Everything felt new and exciting. The first week went by without incident. I was busy unpacking, getting to know the area, and settling into my work routine. But then I noticed him. I first saw him while I was walking home from the grocery store. He was leaning against a lamppost a few blocks away, hands in the pockets of a dark jacket, watching me. I froze for a moment, then shook my head and told myself I was being paranoid. He wasn't there when I looked again, so I hurried home. Over the next few days, I saw him more often, sometimes across the street, sometimes on my way to the bus stop. Always the same dark jacket, always standing or leaning, always watching. I started changing my routes, trying to throw him off, but he seemed to appear wherever I went. The first note came a week later. I found it slipped under my apartment door. It was typed on plain white paper. I see you. You're beautiful. Don't be afraid. I panicked. I called the police and filed a report, but without a name or any evidence of a crime, there wasn't much they could do. They told me to keep a record of everything and be cautious. The stalking escalated slowly but relentlessly. I started noticing subtle things, doors slightly ajar when I returned home, the faint smell of cigarette smoke in my apartment, even though I don't smoke, shadows in the corner of my vision when I walked around at night. I couldn't sleep. Every sound, the hum of a car engine, the creak of the floorboards, made my heart race. One night, around 2 a.m, and I heard a knock at my window. I live on the third floor. My heart stopped. I didn't answer, didn't move, just stared at the window. The knocking stopped after a few seconds, and when I looked again, there was no one there. I called the police, but they said there was nothing they could do unless someone was caught in the act. I installed extra locks, a security camera, and motion sensor lights outside my apartment. It helped a little, but I knew it wouldn't stop him. Whoever he was, he knew what he was doing. He knew how to evade detection. The next incident was a delivery. I had ordered some groceries online, and when I brought the bags inside, I found another note. This one was written on the back of a receipt. I was watching you pick up your order. I know your routine. I panicked and called the police again. They advised me to keep documenting everything, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. Maybe I was, I thought. Maybe I was just imagining it. But deep down, I knew I wasn't. Work became impossible. I stopped going out for lunch, stopped attending happy hours, stopped talking to anyone outside my apartment. I started taking taxis everywhere instead of walking or using public transportation. I couldn't sleep. I barely ate. One afternoon, I returned from the grocery store to find my door slightly open. I live alone. My stomach sank. I called the police, who arrived quickly and swept the apartment, but found nothing. Nothing had been taken, nothing moved. Just the door, slightly ajar. I started staying with friends, sleeping on their couches, never staying in one place for long. I moved my furniture around constantly, changed my locks repeatedly, and installed alarms on every window. But it wasn't enough. The texts started next. Unknown numbers, random times of the day or night. Sometimes just a single word, hello. Sometimes more personal. I watched you at the bus stop today. You looked tired. I blocked numbers, changed phones, but new numbers appeared. Always new, always anonymous. Always knowing things I hadn't told anyone. One night I came home to find a Polaroid photo on my doormat. Me, leaving work that evening. I hadn't noticed anyone following me, hadn't even been aware of the camera. My hands shook so badly I could barely pick it up. I called the police, but again, no prints, Fry, no suspects, no leads. I started to notice things in my apartment, small things, subtle things. A drawer slightly open, a book moved from where I left it, a faint smell of cologne that wasn't mine. He had been inside. He had been watching. I began carrying a knife and pepper spray everywhere. I started leaving lights on when I wasn't home, keeping my blinds closed, and even sleeping with one eye open. I stopped answering my phone unless I recognized the number. One night, my friend Dana came over to stay with me. She hadn't known how bad it had gotten. As we were watching TV, she suddenly froze and pointed to the window. There he was, standing across the street, dark jacket, hood up, hands in his pockets, watching. I wanted to run, to scream, to call the police, but he saw us. He smiled, a slow, deliberate smile, and then he walked away. I packed a bag that night and stayed with Dana for several days. I moved again, this time to a different neighborhood, but it didn't matter. No matter how far I went, no matter how many precautions I took, he always found me. One evening, I came home to find my door unlocked. Again, I didn't call the police this time. I didn't even go inside. I called a locksmith from the street and waited with Dana until he arrived. After that, I started noticing subtle signs everywhere I went. A figure at the grocery store, a car parked outside my building for hours, a shadow in my peripheral vision. He was always there, always watching, always patient. The messages escalated. He knew my routines, my friends, my favorite coffee shop, the routes I took to work. Sometimes he would leave notes. You look beautiful in your blue coat today. I like how you chew your nails when you're nervous. I became a prisoner in my own life. I quit my job, changed my number, moved multiple times, but it never ended. The police could do nothing. He was careful, intelligent, and relentless. He wasn't looking for confrontation. He just wanted control, presence, fear. Years later, I still live cautiously. I rarely go out alone. I don't answer unknown numbers. I have cameras, alarms, and locks on every door and window. But the fear never leaves. Every sound in the night, every stranger walking past, every car on the street brings it back. I don't know who he is. I don't know why he chose me. I only know that he's out there somewhere, patient, waiting, watching. And I know that he always will be. Story the end. It began with something almost imperceptible, a faint unease that she couldn't quite place. Megan Lawson was 26, living alone in a modest one-bedroom apartment in Columbus, Ohio. She worked as a social media manager for a small marketing firm downtown. Her life was orderly and predictable. Wake up, coffee, work, gym in the evenings, occasional dinners with friends. She liked her routines. They gave her a sense of control, a sense of safety. She had no reason to believe that control would ever be broken, at least not in the ways she was about to experience. It started in early March, just after daylight saving time began. Megan had stayed late at the office one Wednesday, finishing up a campaign for a client. She left the building around 9:30 p.m., the streets nearly deserted. As she walked to her car parked a few blocks away, she felt the first prickling sense that someone was following her. She turned sharply but saw no one. The streetlights cast long shadows, but they were empty. Her heartbeat quickened, and she chalked it up to paranoia, the exhaustion of a long day, and the slight drizzle falling from the overcast sky. The next morning, she found a note slipped under her apartment door. It was small, written in neat, almost delicate handwriting. I saw you last night. Be careful. Her stomach sank. She hadn't noticed anyone near her car the night before. The hallway was empty when she left for work, and her neighbors were rarely around at that hour. She stuffed the note into her purse and tried to ignore it, convincing herself it was some prank from one of the building's tenants. Over the following week, the notes continued. Sometimes they were compliments. You looked beautiful in that coat. I like your hair this way. Other times they were warnings. Don't take the back stairs. I know where you walk at night. Megan installed a small security camera outside her apartment door and changed the locks. She told herself that these measures would restore her sense of safety, but it didn't feel safe anymore. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the street outside became magnified in her mind. She began checking the windows and doors multiple times before leaving or going to bed, always feeling like she was being watched. The emails started next. At first, they were anonymous, seemingly random notes. Then they became specific, describing things that only someone observing her closely could know. You were at the cafe on Broad Street at 2:17 p.m. Tuesday. I watched you sip your coffee and scroll through your phone. The precision was terrifying. Megan began varying her routine, taking different routes to work, avoiding her usual coffee shop, and even leaving the gym earlier than normal. But no matter what she did, the messages kept coming, always referencing her actions, always demonstrating an intimate knowledge of her life. By April, Megan was exhausted. Her sleep was punctuated by vivid nightmares of being followed through endless streets, her apartment doors slamming shut behind her, her keys and phone slipping from her hands as someone lurked in the shadows. She started sleeping with her phone under her pillow and a baseball bat beside her bed. One evening, Megan had dinner with a friend and decided to walk home despite the dark. She felt safe enough, carrying her pepper spray and keeping her keys between her fingers. Halfway down the street, she noticed a figure standing under a streetlight ahead of her. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie, his hands tucked into his pockets. He didn't move as she approached. Her pulse surged. She crossed the street, hoping he would move on, but he followed, keeping the distance constant. Megan broke into a jog, then ran the last few blocks to her apartment, heart pounding so violently she feared it would leap from her chest. When she reached her door, it was locked, as always, but the note was there. Nice running. See you tonight? The police were called repeatedly, but each time they arrived, the man had vanished. They assured her they would patrol the area more frequently, but there was little else they could do without a suspect or substantial evidence. Megan began documenting every encounter, every note, every text or email. She saved each one in a folder on her computer, but the collection did little to ease her fear. By May, the stalking had escalated further. Megan started to notice items missing or moved in her apartment. A pair of gloves she always left on the coat rack were gone, replaced by a single white feather. Her laptop, always shut and password protected, had been opened and left on her desk one morning, displaying an image of her from the previous night taken through her living room window. She hadn't left the blinds open, but the photograph clearly showed her entering her apartment. It was around this time that Megan decided to move. She found a small apartment across town, rented under a different name, paid in cash, and changed her locks immediately. She hoped that a fresh start would end the harassment. But within days, she began receiving postcards at the new address, with photographs of her entering her new building, waiting for the bus, even picking up groceries. Each card was signed with a simple initial, R. Megan's mental state deteriorated. She stopped going out alone, stopped answering the door for deliveries, and rarely even looked outside. Friends became concerned, urging her to seek counseling and consider a restraining order. She did both, but the sense of being watched never left her. Every sound in the apartment, footsteps, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, felt amplified. Mirrors became a source of fear. She would glance up and sometimes see the faint silhouette of someone standing behind her, gone when she turned around. In June, Megan's fears became reality. She returned from work late one night to find her door ajar. She hadn't left it unlocked. She froze, listening, clutching the baseball bat. Inside, the apartment appeared untouched, except her laptop was open on the kitchen counter. The screen displayed a live feed of her front window. A sticky note rested on the keyboard. I missed you. She called the police immediately. Again, no one was found and no fingerprints could be matched. But the evidence on her laptop was undeniable. Someone had been in her apartment, had accessed her computer, and had watched her. Megan moved in with a friend, renting a room temporarily, but the harassment did not stop. Emails, texts, and photos continued, all documenting her movements in real time. In July, Megan attempted to reclaim some independence. She began driving to work instead of taking the bus, hoping the privacy of her car would help. But even there, she felt watched. One night, she noticed headlights following her, keeping pace through the dark streets, always maintaining a distance that prevented her from identifying the driver. When she arrived at her apartment, a single note was left on her windshield. Nice drive tonight. I like the way you concentrate. The police tracked the car's license plate, which led to a man named Ryan Palmer, 32, with a history of harassment and voyeurism. When Megan finally saw him in the booking photos, she felt both relief and terror. Relief that he had a name, terror that this man had been following her, studying her life for months, perhaps longer. Despite the arrest, Megan's life remained altered. She moved multiple times, changed jobs, and started living a highly controlled life, always aware of her surroundings, always vigilant. The psychological toll was immense. She developed insomnia, anxiety, and a constant sense of dread. Even years later, she would flinch at the sound of footsteps behind her or the faint scrape of a door hinge. Memories of Ryan Palmer's obsession haunting her like a shadow she could never escape. Megan learned the hard truth about stalkers. They do not operate on schedules. They do not leave when you wish they would, and they do not respect boundaries. Safety became a constant calculation, a relentless effort to anticipate a threat that was always one step ahead. Her life was never her own again, but she survived. She survived the relentless surveillance, the invasive notes, the sightings, and the fear that followed her everywhere. The experience left her cautious, guarded, and always aware. She carried pepper spray, changed her routines unpredictably, and always had an escape plan. Every new apartment, every new job, every walk in the evening required vigilance. Even now, she cannot fully relax, cannot fully trust that the shadows will remain empty, that the quiet streets will stay quiet. The memory of a man who decided she was his, who followed her every move for months, lingers as a permanent reminder that freedom and safety can be shattered in an instant, that sometimes a stranger chooses you and never lets go. Story, the end. I remember the first time I realized I was being followed. I had just moved into a small apartment in Seattle, a studio on the third floor of a nondescript building in Capitol Hill. It was February, cold and rainy, the streets slick and shiny from the drizzle. I was 29, single, working as a freelance editor from home, enjoying the quiet independence I'd carved out for myself after years of sharing space with roommates. The neighborhood was usually calm, with a mix of young professionals and a few older residents who had lived there for decades. I liked it because it felt safe. I liked it because it felt mine. It was a Thursday evening when I first noticed him. I had just finished grocery shopping and was walking home under the dim glow of the street lamps. I was juggling my tote bag and a small umbrella, hurrying because the rain was starting to pick up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man standing under a lamppost a few doors down from my building. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, hood up, hands in his pockets. I thought it was strange that someone would loiter in the rain, but I brushed it off as coincidence. People wait for friends all the time, right? But then I saw him again the next day. This time at the coffee shop I frequented. I was standing in line, scrolling on my phone, when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. There he was, sitting at a corner table, hood pulled low over his face, watching me. I told myself it was nothing. He might be a stranger with the same taste in coffee shops, but the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. Over the next few weeks, his presence became impossible to ignore. I started seeing him everywhere, at the grocery store, outside my apartment building, walking a few blocks behind me on the way to the park. Sometimes he would be sitting in a car across the street, engine off, just watching. My anxiety grew, but I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. Surely a person couldn't follow me everywhere without me noticing, right? Then the notes began. The first one was slipped under my apartment door, a small index card with neat handwriting. Just 3 words, "I see you." I froze when I read it. My hands trembled. I checked the hallway, no one there. I didn't call the police yet, thinking it might have been a prank. But the next morning, another note appeared. Beautiful hair. I started sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. I installed extra locks and motion sensor lights outside my apartment. I stopped going out at night. Even during the day, I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning the streets, checking over my shoulder constantly. The phone calls started next. At first, they were silent. I would pick up, hear nothing but faint static and sometimes a shallow, deliberate breath. Then one night, I answered and a voice spoke, calm and monotone. "You're mine." I dropped the phone. My hands shook so violently that I couldn't dial 911 right away. I reported the calls to the police. They were polite but firm. Unless he threatens you directly or enters your home, there's not much we can do. I felt helpless. He escalated slowly. One day, I returned home to find my garbage cans overturned, a single blue rose tucked into the rim of one of the cans. The rose was fresh. I checked the security cameras I'd installed outside. He wasn't on any of them, but the timing was precise, the movement deliberate. I realized he knew my routines better than I knew my own. I tried to go back to normal life. I returned to the coffee shop, changed my jogging route, varied my work schedule, but no matter what I did, he adapted. He was always there, at a distance, silent, patient. It was the uncertainty that was the worst, never knowing if he was nearby, never knowing if tonight would be the night he crossed the line. One evening after work, I came home to find the front door slightly ajar. I had locked it before leaving. My heart pounded in my chest. I stepped inside cautiously, the apartment dark and silent, and then I saw it, a single Polaroid photo of me on my living room floor. I was sitting at my desk, editing documents, oblivious. I called the police immediately. They came and searched the apartment but found no signs of forced entry. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. "He's careful," one officer said. "He knows how to avoid leaving evidence." I slept at a friend's place that night, too terrified to remain in my own home. After that, I started documenting everything. Sightings, notes, phone calls, anything. I shared the information with the police, but they said without direct threats or harm, there wasn't much they could do. I began to accept that I had to protect myself. I installed cameras inside the apartment, covering every angle, set up panic buttons by my bed and front door, and began carrying pepper spray and a taser everywhere. Months passed. The stalking didn't stop. It intensified. I would return from work to find doors left unlocked, windows slightly ajar, objects moved. My groceries would be arranged differently, my personal items slightly shifted. The psychological pressure was unbearable. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, couldn't eat properly. I began leaving lights on constantly, even during the day. Then the emails started. Anonymous, encrypted, always from different accounts. Subject lines like "I watch you" or "I'm near." Some included photos, some from my window, some from inside my apartment. No words, just images. Everyone was perfectly timed, captured when I wasn't paying attention. I realized that even my home, my sanctuary, was no longer safe. One night I came home to find my bathroom mirror fogged, words scrawled in the condensation, "I'm inside." My breath caught in my throat. I checked every room, every closet, under the bed. Nothing. But I could feel the presence. I called 911, but by the time the police arrived, there was no one. He had left, but the message remained. I moved apartments once, thinking a change would help. I changed floors, even buildings, but another note appeared. "I always find you." It was just a few words on a scrap of paper, slipped under my door, but it was enough to terrify me. I couldn't live like this. I became isolated, stopped seeing friends, stopped going out. Every sound in the night made me jump. Every shadow seemed alive. I started to question my sanity. Was he really there, or was my mind creating him? Then came the break-in. I was home, sitting in the dark, working on a freelance project, when I heard the sound of glass breaking. My window had been smashed. I grabbed my bat, heart hammering, and ran to the living room. He was there, standing silently, his hood up, watching. I screamed and ran out the back door, calling 911. The police arrived minutes later, but he was gone. This time there were fingerprints on the window frame, but they didn't match anything in the database. I realized then that there was no escaping him, no outsmarting him. He was patient, meticulous, relentless. I moved again. This time, far away to a small town in Colorado. I changed my name, my routines, my habits. I work remotely, rarely leave the house, and even my mail is handled by a service to keep my location private. I still carry a taser and pepper spray, still check the locks multiple times a night, and yet even here I sometimes see shadows in the periphery, fleeting movements that make my heart race. Occasionally, I receive a note or a package with no return address, sometimes a Polaroid, sometimes just a folded piece of paper with a single word, "watching." The fear never leaves. I can't sleep without checking the doors, the windows, the cameras. I live in constant vigilance, always alert, always waiting for the next sign. The psychological strain is exhausting, but I have no choice. I've learned to live like this because there is no end to it, no confrontation that could make it stop. He doesn't need to touch me to control me. He's already succeeded in taking everything else, my peace, my sense of safety, my freedom. I have friends I see only rarely, and I don't let anyone know where I am. I never post online. I never stay out after dark. I don't even drive unless I absolutely must. And even then, I check the rearview mirror obsessively. The reality of being stalked is far worse than anything you can imagine. It's not about sudden attacks. It's the constant, unrelenting presence in your life, the erosion of your sense of security, the knowledge that someone is watching, waiting, and that there is no escaping. Sometimes I think about leaving everything behind again, disappearing entirely, but I know he would find me. He always does. This is my life now. Every day is a calculation, every night a vigil. I've accepted it because there is no other choice. The stalking has become a permanent shadow in my life, one I can never shake. Even now, as I sit here writing this, I can't stop thinking, what if he's watching me through the window just outside my room? What if he's right there waiting? Because I know he's out there somewhere. Patient, relentless, invisible, and he always will be. Story the end. It began with small things, almost imperceptible, things I brushed off at first. I had just moved to Chicago for a new job at an architecture firm, renting a small second-floor apartment in Lincoln Park. The neighborhood was quiet at night, tree-lined streets, vintage lampposts flickering with a soft yellow glow, and the occasional distant hum of a late-night train. I was 25, eager, independent, thrilled to finally live alone after years of college dorms and cramped shared apartments. I felt like nothing could touch me. The first time I noticed him, I didn't even register him as a person. I was coming home from a long day at work, walking up the steps to my apartment with my grocery bags swinging heavily in my hands. Across the street, a man stood by a parked car, leaning casually with his arms crossed. He wore a gray hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. The streetlight illuminated his face just enough to catch the faint outline of sharp features and dark eyes. I paused, noticing he seemed to be looking directly at me, but I told myself I was imagining it. I waved and kept going. Over the next week, I began seeing him more frequently. Once at a cafe where I grabbed my morning coffee, sitting in the corner, staring at me as I walked past. Once on my jogging route, leaning against a tree, hood up, eyes following me. I told myself it was coincidence. I even joked to a friend that I had a stalker, but the thought made my stomach twist uncomfortably. Then came the first note. I had just returned from work late one night, my apartment quiet and warm after a rainy evening. On my kitchen counter lay a folded piece of paper. I didn't remember leaving it. With trembling fingers, I opened it. In messy, uneven handwriting were the words, "I like the way you run. Don't forget to run again tomorrow." My heart stopped. I looked around, half expecting someone to leap out from the shadows. No one was there. My hands shook as I called the police, who politely asked for a description and told me to stay vigilant. They left, promising to increase patrols. I wanted to believe it was over, but I knew it wasn't. From that point on, my life became a series of escalating terrors. I began noticing small things. A car parked too long near my apartment, shadows shifting outside my windows, footsteps echoing down the hall when the building should have been empty. I installed security cameras at the doors and windows, but the sense of being watched never left me. I slept with one eye open, listening to every sound. Then came the calls. At first, they were silent, just the dial tone and a click when I picked up. Then came breathing, ragged, slow at first, then quicker, punctuated with faint whispers. "I see you." I blocked the number, changed phones, got a new line, and still the calls persisted. Every morning, every night, the number rang, leaving me tense, fearful, almost paralyzed with anxiety. One night, the terror escalated. I was curled up on my couch, laptop open, pretending to work, when I heard a slow, deliberate knock on my balcony door. My apartment was on the second floor. I froze, my pulse racing. Another knock, then a scraping sound like nails along the glass. My throat tightened as I reached for my phone, dialing 911 with shaking hands. The operator's calm voice tried to soothe me, telling me not to engage and to stay inside. I peeked through the blinds, and there he was, crouched just outside, hood up, staring directly at me. His presence was suffocating. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. They searched the area, canvassed the neighborhood, but found nothing. I stayed awake that night, clutching a baseball bat, terrified to close my eyes. In the following weeks, the stalking intensified. He left small, disturbing signs of his presence: a single glove on my doorstep, a Polaroid of my apartment mailbox, a note in my mailbox with the words, "Nice place. I like it." My sense of security crumbled completely. I stopped leaving my apartment after dark, stopped going out alone, and my friends noticed the change. I started documenting everything, every sighting, every note, every call. I shared the evidence with the police, hired a private investigator, and even considered moving. But the thought of packing up my life while knowing he might follow me kept me paralyzed with fear. One evening, I returned from a friend's birthday dinner to find a figure standing across the street, partially hidden in the shadows. My heart raced, and I ducked behind my car, watching. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. I recognized the same gray hoodie, the same posture. It was him. I could feel his eyes on me, his attention suffocating. I drove away immediately, calling the police as I went. Months passed, the sightings less frequent but always terrifying. I began sleeping with a knife under my pillow, checking locks obsessively, changing routines, and installing more security cameras. But even then, the fear never left. I became hypervigilant, distrustful of strangers, jumpy at shadows, anxious in crowds. One night, almost 2 years after the first sighting, the worst happened. I woke to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. I didn't see him at first, but the silhouette was unmistakable. Panic consumed me. I bolted from the apartment, barely thinking, keys in hand, heart racing. When I called 911, the operator stayed on the line until officers arrived, but once again, he had vanished. He had entered through an unlocked window, exploiting a small lapse, and disappeared before anyone could intervene. After that, I knew I could never feel truly safe again. I moved states, changed numbers, deleted all social media, and lived under a new name. But the fear lingered. Every car parked across the street, every shadow by a window brought back the suffocating sense of being watched. My life had been irreversibly altered. Even now, years later, I check locks multiple times before bed, scan parking lots before walking to my car, and jump at unfamiliar footsteps. The memory of him, of the relentless stalking, the notes, the calls, and the unseen presence inside my apartment never fades. I have learned to survive with hypervigilance and anxiety, but nothing can erase the terror of knowing that someone once made you their obsession and there is no escape from the knowledge of what someone is capable of. Story the end. It started innocently enough, with small things that I didn't recognize at the time as the first signs of a nightmare. I had just moved into a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood in Indianapolis. I was 24, fresh out of college, and this was my first apartment on my own. The rent was reasonable, the building old but solid, and the neighbors kept to themselves. I liked it that way. Independence had its costs, but freedom had its perks too, or so I thought. The first time I saw him, I didn't think anything of it. I had just returned from work and was unlocking my apartment door when I noticed a man standing across the street. He wasn't doing anything in particular, just leaning against a lamppost, staring at nothing in particular, or maybe at me. He had a baseball cap pulled low, a dark hoodie, and jeans. Average height, average build, completely unremarkable. But there was something about the way he stood, perfectly still, that made my stomach churn. I turned and hurried inside, trying to tell myself I was overreacting. Over the next few weeks, I saw him repeatedly. Outside the grocery store, sitting in a car at a red light, across the park when I went jogging. At first, I chalked it up to coincidence. Maybe it really was just coincidence. But then I started noticing patterns. He was always around when I was. And he seemed to be watching, always observing from a distance. I started feeling paranoid, constantly scanning streets, parking lots, and even my apartment windows for shadows that might signal his presence. It wasn't long before the notes began. The first was slipped under my door one evening. It simply said, "You look nice today." Nothing threatening, nothing overtly alarming. I crumpled it and threw it away, trying to convince myself it was harmless, maybe some neighbor with a strange sense of humor. Then came another. "I saw you at the park today. You looked beautiful in blue." Blue was the jacket I wore to my evening jogs. Fear started to seep in. I began taking different routes home from work, varying my jogging schedule, even looking over my shoulder more than once while walking to the mailbox. My apartment felt less like a safe space and more like a cage. the walls closing in. One night, I returned home after a late shift to find my door slightly ajar. My keys had been in my hand the entire time, and I always double-locked the deadbolt. I froze in the hallway, heart hammering. My apartment smelled faintly of cigarette smoke, though I didn't smoke. I called the police, and they came within minutes. They searched the apartment but found no one and no signs of forced entry. Probably just a faulty lock, the officer said, though the look on his face suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I started installing security cameras in the hallway and living room, small discreet ones that would alert me when movement was detected. The first few days passed uneventfully, but then one night, around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed with a motion alert. I opened the live feed and saw him. He was standing outside my apartment door, his head tilted slightly as if listening, hands in his pockets. He didn't knock, didn't touch the door, just lingered, motionless. I held my breath until he finally turned and walked down the hall, disappearing into the darkness. The next morning, another note was slipped under my door. I like watching you sleep. My stomach turned. I called my best friend, but she was out of town. I had no one nearby I could fully rely on, and the apartment felt smaller than ever, suffocating. I stayed with a friend temporarily, but the moment I returned, there was another note. Don't leave me again. The handwriting was neat, careful, and deliberate. By then, the fear had become constant. I stopped going out unless absolutely necessary, stopped jogging, avoided the few social gatherings I had previously attended. Every shadow, every sound in the hallway made me flinch. My mail started to include small objects. A single daisy taped to an envelope, a Polaroid of me walking to the corner store, the image taken from across the street. I couldn't leave the apartment without feeling the weight of eyes on me. One evening, after closing at the cafe where I worked, I saw him again, across the street, under a streetlight, partially hidden by a parked van. His posture was relaxed, but the intent behind it made my skin crawl. I ran to my car, locked myself inside, and called the police again. By the time they arrived, he was gone. There was no car, no footprints, no sign of him anywhere. As the months passed, the harassment escalated. I started receiving calls on my cell at odd hours, silent calls, the kind where you pick up and no one speaks. I changed my number 3 times, but each time the calls returned. One time when I answered, I thought I could hear breathing, faint and deliberate, and then a whisper, "I'm outside." I bought pepper spray, a tactical flashlight, even a small stun gun. I reinforced the locks on my doors, double-checked the windows every night, and kept lights on throughout the apartment. I avoided walking alone at night, even to my car. I felt trapped yet unable to leave. Then one night, I returned home from work and found something under my doormat. A small package, unmarked. Inside, a Polaroid, me sitting at my kitchen table eating dinner alone. On the back was a note. "I can see everything you do. I'm always here." I froze. I had not left my window open and no one had been in the apartment with me. I called the police, but again they found no evidence. No fingerprints, no forced entry, just the lingering smell of cigarette smoke and a Polaroid of my own life. I realized then that my sense of privacy, my sense of safety, had been completely shattered. I began documenting everything, notes, calls, sightings, everything. I even started keeping a journal, detailing the times I saw him, what he looked like, what I felt. It was the only way I could cling to some sense of control. Despite restraining orders and police reports, I never felt safe. Every trip to the grocery store, every walk to the mailbox, every glance out of the window, I felt him there. Sometimes I would see a shadow across the street, a dark figure in a hoodie, just standing there, watching, waiting. Eventually, I moved. I left Indianapolis, moved to a small town 3 hours away, hoping the distance would help. I changed my locks, my phone number, my routines, even my hairstyle. For a few weeks, I felt a fragile sense of relief, but then the notes started again. Not immediately, but they came. A small envelope left on my porch, a Polaroid slipped under my door, a package at the local convenience store with no return address. I began to understand something I had been trying to deny. It wasn't about proximity. It was about control, about the terror he instilled. No matter how far I ran, no matter how carefully I hid, I couldn't escape him completely. Even now, years later, the fear lingers. Every time I notice a car idling across the street, I check the rearview mirror more than necessary. Every unfamiliar sound in my apartment makes me jump. I've installed cameras, upgraded locks, and taken self-defense classes, but nothing erases the memory of those nights. The notes, the Polaroids, the silent footsteps, the calls in the middle of the night, they stay with me. I've learned to live with the anxiety, the hypervigilance, the constant gnawing fear. I've learned that some people don't seek to harm you immediately. They seek to dominate your life with fear first. And once that fear is embedded, it's difficult, if not impossible, to shake. There's no closure, no justice that truly feels complete. You can file reports, get restraining orders, move hundreds of miles away, but the psychological scar remains. The knowledge that someone once chose you, studied you, tracked you, and took pleasure in knowing that you were constantly afraid, it doesn't fade. It becomes a permanent shadow, following you quietly, invisibly, reminding you that safety is always an illusion. I still check locks multiple times before bed. I still look over my shoulder when I walk to my car. I still flinch at every unexpected noise in the hallway. I know now that the fear isn't just about the person. It's about the loss of control, the way they can insert themselves into your life without ever touching you directly. Even as I write this, sitting in my apartment in another state, I feel the familiar prickling at the back of my neck, that sense that someone might be watching. Rationally, I know it's probably nothing, but deep down, I know the truth. Once someone has chosen you, once they've decided you're their focus, you never really stop being their target. You just learn to live with it, to coexist with the shadow, to sleep with one eye open, and to keep moving, always moving, because you never know when it will appear again. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I see a dark figure outside my window, and I always know, that it's him. Story the end. It started in the middle of summer when the nights were hot and the streets were crowded with people enjoying the last weeks before school started again. I was 25, living alone in a small apartment in Portland, Oregon, and working as a barista at a local coffee shop. Life was ordinary and predictable, which was exactly what I liked. But the first sign that something was wrong didn't feel like a sign at all at first. It felt like coincidence. I noticed him outside the coffee shop during one of my early morning shifts. He wasn't the kind of person who lingered to get coffee. He was just standing across the street, leaning against a lamppost, hands in his pockets. I remember thinking it was odd that he wasn't walking, wasn't heading anywhere, just watching. My mind immediately jumped to irrational fears. Maybe he was waiting for someone. But when I glanced back, he was gone. The next day I saw him again, this time closer to the entrance of the shop. I told myself it was impossible, that it was a coincidence. Portland wasn't a small town, but neighborhoods had corners and streets that made repetition more noticeable. I brushed it off and focused on my work, the smell of espresso and steamed milk calming me. By the third day, it was impossible to ignore. He was there again, standing near the crosswalk, glancing in my direction. I didn't feel threatened yet, just uneasy, a low-level discomfort that made my stomach tighten. I told one of my coworkers, Jenna, about him. She laughed it off, saying, "Maybe he likes your smile or your coffee skills." I didn't laugh. The real trouble started a few weeks later. I found a note slipped under my apartment door. It wasn't threatening, it was polite, almost sweet, but there was something wrong about it. It said, "You look beautiful today. I hope you have a good night." The paper was plain, unmarked, no return address. My first instinct was to throw it away, tell myself it was a harmless admirer. But my gut screamed otherwise. I started noticing small things that unnerved me. At first, it was subtle. A shadow in the corner of my vision when I walked to my car. A car parked across the street that I hadn't noticed before. A figure standing near the entrance to my building, vanishing when I looked directly. I tried to ignore it, but the fear was creeping into my daily life. I started locking my doors immediately, double-checking windows, keeping my phone in hand when I walked outside. My friends noticed the change in me. I told them I was stressed from work, that it was nothing. But I knew it was something. Then the messages started. Anonymous numbers, texts at all hours. Sometimes just a single word, "Hi." Sometimes more personal. "I saw you walking to work today. You looked tired." I changed my number, but new numbers kept coming. Always new. Always knowing things they shouldn't. I began keeping a detailed log of every encounter, every note, every text. I showed it to the police. They listened politely, asked for descriptions, promised to keep an eye out, but they couldn't do much. There were no direct threats, no crimes committed, just surveillance and intimidation, a slow erosion of my sense of safety. One night around 1 a.m., I woke up to a faint tapping at my window. I live on the second floor. My heart jumped. I crept over, careful not to make noise, and peeked through the blinds. He was standing on the fire escape across from my window. Dark hoodie, hands in his pockets, completely still. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After what felt like an eternity, he walked away. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't eat properly for days. Every creak in the building made me jump. I started carrying pepper spray and a pocket knife everywhere, even to the grocery store a few blocks away. I installed extra locks and cameras. I avoided leaving my apartment unless necessary. Months went by and his presence never left. Sometimes he would leave notes or small objects, a single flower on my doorstep, a Polaroid of me leaving the coffee shop, even one of me walking to the bus stop. My blood ran cold every time I saw these things. He wasn't just following me physically. He was invading every part of my life. One afternoon, I returned home to find my door slightly ajar. My hands shook as I stepped inside. Nothing was taken, nothing moved, but I knew he had been there. I called the police. They swept the apartment, found no evidence, and told me there was nothing they could do without catching him in the act. I started sleeping at a friend's apartment, staying away from my own place whenever possible. The stalking didn't stop. The notes became more personal, describing my routines in details, sometimes even mentioning private conversations I'd had at work or with friends. Every detail of my life was cataloged, observed, and commented on. I realized he knew me better than I knew myself, and that realization terrified me. I moved again, thinking a change of address would help. It didn't. He found me. Sometimes I would see him parked across the street in a car, sometimes standing at a distance, sometimes in places I had never told anyone I would be. It didn't matter how careful I was, how many precautions I took. He adapted. Sleep became impossible. Food was secondary. Every sound at night, the hum of a car engine, footsteps in the hallway, the rustle of leaves outside my window, made my heart pound. I installed alarms on every door and window, but that didn't stop him. He didn't need to break in. He only needed to be present, always present. The police suggested restraining orders, but without a name, they were useless. I started carrying a concealed weapon, learned basic self-defense, and kept a small backpack with essentials ready at all times. I changed my routines constantly, avoided familiar places, never walked alone after dark. Yet, no matter what I did, he always found a way to remind me he was there. He began leaving messages in more insidious ways. A note slipped into my mailbox detailing the route I took to work, a photo of my car parked outside my apartment with the time written on the back. Once, a small, carefully wrapped package appeared on my doorstep. Inside was a single glove, the kind I had lost months before. I started to feel trapped in my own life, a prisoner of someone who had no intention of leaving me alone. My friends stopped visiting, worried about their safety. I rarely left my apartment. The world shrank to the size of my small, heavily secured apartment and the routes I took under the cover of day. One night, I returned from the grocery store to find my front door open again. This time, I didn't call the police immediately. I called a locksmith and stood in the street until he arrived, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. Inside, I found nothing obvious, no one in the apartment, nothing missing, but my bedroom door was slightly ajar. On the bed was a Polaroid photo of me sleeping. I realized then that this was no longer about admiration or obsession. It was about control, domination, and fear. He wanted me to know he could come into my life anytime he wanted, and there was nothing I could do to stop him. The months turned into years. I moved multiple times, changed my phone, deleted social media, tried to erase any trace of my life that he could find. It didn't matter. He was always there, watching, waiting, patient and relentless. I now live a life of constant vigilance. I leave lights on, keep cameras in every room, and sleep with a knife by my bed. I know my every move is being monitored. I know he is somewhere out there, somewhere close enough to know exactly what I'm doing at every moment. I cannot escape him. I cannot reason with him. I cannot predict when or where he will appear next. The fear has become my constant companion. Every noise, every shadow, every stranger on the street triggers it. I have friends, family, and coworkers, but they don't understand. They call it paranoia. I call it survival. And I know with every ounce of certainty that he will never stop. He will wait, always. He will watch, always. And he will find a way to remind me that no matter how far I run, no matter how carefully I live, he is still there, patient, methodical, and relentless. Story the end. It started slowly, in ways that Megan couldn't have anticipated, almost imperceptible at first. She had just moved into a small apartment in the suburbs of Chicago, looking for a fresh start after a difficult breakup. She was 27, working as a nurse at a local hospital, and for the first time in years, she felt like she had control over her life. The apartment was modest, on the second floor of a brick building, with a small balcony overlooking the street below. Megan liked the quiet, the way the trees swayed in the spring breeze, the distant hum of traffic that reminded her she was in a city but not in the chaos of downtown. She felt safe. It was early March when she first noticed something odd. Coming home from a late shift, she saw a figure standing across the street from her building. At first, she thought it was a neighbor or someone waiting for a ride, but there was something off. The man didn't move, didn't appear to be doing anything except staring in her direction. Megan's pulse quickened, but when she turned her head, the figure was gone. She shrugged it off, attributing it to exhaustion and the dim light. A few nights later, she returned home to find her apartment door slightly ajar. She knew she had locked it. Panic surged through her as she stepped inside, checking every room. Nothing seemed disturbed, but on her kitchen counter was a small note written in neat block letters. "I've been watching you." Megan froze, her hands trembling as she held the note. She didn't touch it at first, instead dialing the police while standing in the middle of her living room. By the time the officers arrived, there was no sign of forced entry. No fingerprints, nothing. They suggested she install better locks and possibly a security camera. She did both, but the fear didn't subside. The notes continued, appearing in increasingly personal ways. Some were compliments. "I like the way you smile when you're tired." Others were more ominous. "You shouldn't go out alone." Megan started varying her routines, avoiding her usual jogging paths, leaving work at odd hours, but it didn't seem to matter. Whoever was watching knew her movements. Then came the emails, anonymous messages that detailed exactly what she had done that day. "You skipped lunch and ate that granola bar at 2:17 p.m. I watched you." Megan felt her sense of privacy vanish. She stopped going out to eat alone, stopped taking breaks at work. Every glance over her shoulder became a habit, every shadow a potential threat. One evening in late April, Megan returned from a long shift at the hospital to find a single red rose on her doormat. No note, no indication of who had left it. She froze, heart hammering in her chest. The image of the man she had seen before flashed in her mind. She considered moving, but with her lease just signed and no immediate family nearby, she felt trapped. Her fear escalated when she began seeing the figure more often. Shadows across her balcony at night, someone standing across the street while she returned from work, their presence always just out of reach of clear identification. Megan installed cameras on her balcony, outside the front door, and even one that captured the hallway outside her apartment. The footage often showed nothing. Static or blurry shadows that could have been anything or anyone. By May, Megan's sleep had all but vanished. She would wake multiple times each night, listening to every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of her refrigerator, the faint rustle of leaves outside. She kept her phone under her pillow and a small knife within reach. One night while returning from a friend's dinner, Megan saw him. The man from before, standing near the corner of her street. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie that hid most of his features. When she made eye contact, he didn't flinch or turn away, just watched. Megan broke into a run, her keys clutched tightly in her hand, until she reached her apartment. Inside, she locked the door behind her and called the police. By the time they arrived, the man had vanished. Weeks later, Megan found a photo slipped under her door, herself, leaving work 2 days prior, taken from a distance. The realization hit her like a physical blow. He had been following her, documenting her life, observing every move. The sense of violation was complete, and Megan's anxiety turned to terror. In June, Megan moved to another apartment across town using a different name on the lease, paying cash. She hoped to break the pattern, to reclaim her life. But it wasn't enough. Within days, she began receiving postcards at the new address, each with photographs of her, walking down the street, carrying groceries, even sitting at a cafe. Each was signed with the initial R. Her work and personal life suffered. She refused to go out alone, even during daylight. Friends grew concerned as she became increasingly isolated, jumping at any unexpected noise, sleeping with lights on, always scanning for shadows. The police eventually traced the photographs to a man named Ryan Palmer, 32, with a history of stalking and harassment. When he was arrested, they found a notebook filled with her daily routines, descriptions of her habits, and notes about her appearances. Megan's life had been meticulously tracked, invaded, and recorded for months. Even after Palmer was imprisoned, Megan's sense of safety never fully returned. She moved multiple times, changed jobs, and avoided forming close relationships, terrified that someone else could follow. She carried pepper spray, kept emergency contacts close, and remained vigilant at all times. The trauma lingered, manifesting in insomnia, hypervigilance, and a constant fear of being watched. Years later, Megan still checks over her shoulder on quiet streets, locks her doors multiple times, and avoids routines that might be predictable. She knows the truth that many victims of stalking discover. The psychological scars can outlast the physical threat, and the knowledge that someone once had such obsessive control over your life leaves an indelible mark. Megan learned to survive, but she also learned to live in a state of constant awareness, always alert, always, always prepared. The world that once felt safe and ordinary became a place of shadows and possibility, and she knew that, for some, the sense of security she once took for granted would never return. Story the end. It started the day I moved into my first apartment alone. I had just graduated college and landed a graphic design job in Atlanta. I was 25, independent, excited to start my life on my own. The apartment complex was small, tucked away in a quiet neighborhood with trees lining the streets and a small park just a block away. I remember thinking it was perfect, a safe little haven away from the chaos of the city. The first time I saw him, I didn't think much of it. I had been unloading my moving boxes into the apartment when I noticed a man standing across the street, leaning against a lamppost. He was watching me, but I didn't notice right away. At first, I assumed he was just waiting for someone, or maybe another tenant. But then I caught him looking directly at me, and he didn't look away, even as I carried the last box inside. There was something in the intensity of his stare that made me uneasy, but I shrugged it off. I was moving in. People stared sometimes. The first few weeks were uneventful, and I began settling into a routine. I worked during the day and spent evenings decorating my apartment or cooking dinner, but gradually I started noticing him more often. He seemed to appear everywhere, sometimes at the park when I went for a run, sometimes at the corner coffee shop I visited on weekends, always at a distance, always watching. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was coincidence. Maybe he lived nearby, maybe he had the same routines. Then the notes began. The first one was slipped under my apartment door. A simple white index card with neat, precise handwriting. "I like watching you." I froze when I read it. My hands shook. I looked up the hallway, but no one was there. I told myself it was a prank, some random neighbor trying to scare me. But the unease settled in my stomach, and sleep that night was impossible. Over the next month, the notes continued. "Beautiful hair. Your smile is nice. I know where you go." Each one sent a wave of terror through me. I installed extra locks, motion sensor lights, and even a small security camera at the front door. But it didn't stop him. I began varying my routines, taking different routes to the grocery store, changing my jogging paths, and even altering my work hours. It didn't matter. He always seemed to know. The phone calls started next. At first, they were silent, just static, faint breathing. Then one night I answered, and a voice whispered, calm and deliberate, "I see you." I hung up, heart pounding, hands trembling. I called the police, but the officer said there was little they could do unless there was a direct threat. They told me to get a restraining order, but how could I restrain someone I couldn't even identify? Over the next several months, his behavior escalated. I found items left outside my door, a single red rose, a strand of hair tied with a ribbon, even a Polaroid photo of me sitting at my desk taken without my knowledge. The realization that he had been inside my apartment at some point, and I hadn't noticed, was horrifying. I started staying at friends' apartments when I could, but not all my friends lived nearby. I couldn't run away from my own life entirely. I tried to maintain work and some semblance of normality, but every day was overshadowed by fear. Every shadow, every passing figure, every unfamiliar noise in my apartment set my nerves on edge. One evening, I came home to find my door ajar. My heart leapt into my throat. I hadn't forgotten to lock it. I slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. My apartment appeared untouched, except for a single Polaroid photo lying in the middle of the living room floor. It was me sleeping at my desk earlier that day. I called 911 immediately. The police searched, but found no evidence of forced entry. No fingerprints, no footprints. He was meticulous, invisible. I realized then that this wasn't just someone following me. He had studied me, learned my habits, and could move around me without being seen. My home, the one place I thought was safe, wasn't. I began documenting everything: sightings, notes, phone calls, anything. I shared this with the police, but without a tangible threat, their hands were tied. I started carrying a taser and pepper spray everywhere, sleeping with a bat under my bed, and installing additional cameras inside the apartment. The paranoia consumed me, but it was necessary. Months turned into a year. He never left. He learned my routines faster than I could change them. I noticed subtle changes around my apartment. Items slightly moved, the front door unlocked when I knew I'd locked it, the faint smell of someone else in my living room. Each day was a battle against fear, against the constant knowledge that he was always near, always watching. One night, after a long day working remotely, I fell asleep on the couch. I awoke to the sound of glass breaking. My bedroom window had been smashed. I grabbed my bat, heart racing, and crept toward the noise. And there he was, standing by the window, watching me. I ran out the back door, called 911, and the police arrived minutes later, but he was gone. This time, they found fingerprints on the broken window, but they didn't match any records. I realized I was completely exposed. I moved apartments, this time to another state. I changed my name, my phone number, and my online presence. I live in a small town in Oregon now, working remotely, rarely leaving home. But even here, I sometimes see shadows at the edge of my vision, fleeting movements that make my heart race. Occasionally, I receive a note slipped under the door or an anonymous package left at my mailbox. Each one is a reminder that he is still out there, patient and relentless. The psychological toll has been immense. I live with hypervigilance. Sleep is rare. I avoid social interactions that might expose my location. I check every door, window, and security camera feed obsessively. Even in my small, secluded home, I feel the weight of his presence. I've tried therapy, I've tried relocation, I've tried contacting law enforcement repeatedly. Nothing fully protects me. The fear is permanent, a shadow that follows me everywhere. Being stalked is not like the movies. It's not dramatic chases or sudden attacks. It's a slow, methodical erosion of your sense of safety, a constant presence that invades every corner of your life. It's the knowledge that someone knows your every move, your habits, your weaknesses, and has the patience to wait, to watch, and to manipulate. I've accepted that this is my life now. Fear is my companion, vigilance my routine. I've lost my sense of peace, my ability to relax, my freedom. I live with the certainty that at any moment he could appear, and there would be nothing I could do to stop him. Even now, I check the locks, glance at every window, and listen for sounds that might indicate he is nearby. Every unexpected movement, every anonymous message, every unfamiliar face in the neighborhood sets my nerves on edge. The stalking has become a permanent shadow in my life, one I can never escape. I've learned to live like this, but it is exhausting, isolating, and terrifying. I can't post online, I can't trust new people, I can't sleep without checking every corner. I am constantly aware of every possible threat because he has taught me that even my home is not safe. And I know in the depths of my mind that he will never stop. He is patient, meticulous, and relentless. He doesn't need to harm me physically to control me. He has already succeeded in taking everything else: my peace of mind, my sense of security, my freedom. I am haunted every day by the knowledge that he could be anywhere, watching, waiting, Every sound, every shadow, every passing car could be him. I have no ending, no resolution, no escape. He exists in the periphery of my life, always present, always patient, always invisible. This is my life now. Fear is permanent. Vigilance is constant. Sleep is a luxury. Trust is impossible. And yet I continue because if I stop even for a moment, I know he will win entirely. Story the end. It began almost imperceptibly, in the kind of way that makes you doubt your own mind. I had just moved into a small apartment in downtown Seattle after landing a job as a junior graphic designer at a mid-sized marketing firm. I was 26, single, and eager to carve out my own space in the world. My apartment was modest, a one-bedroom on the third floor of a century-old building, but it had character: hardwood floors, tall windows, and a fire escape that overlooked a narrow alley. The first time I noticed him, I barely registered it. I had just returned from grocery shopping, juggling bags and fumbling with my keys, when I saw a figure leaning against a lamppost across the street. A man in a dark hoodie, jeans, and scuffed sneakers. He looked up as I walked past, eyes meeting mine for a brief, unsettling moment. I thought nothing of it at first. Seattle streets were full of strangers, but then I saw him again the next evening. I was coming home from work, walking the same route I had walked for the past week, when he appeared across the street, partially hidden in shadow. This time he wasn't just standing, he was watching. I quickened my pace, pretending to be absorbed in my phone. My heart thumped in a way I hadn't felt since college, a tight knot of unease coiling in my stomach. Over the next few days, the sightings became more frequent. Sometimes he would be leaning against the brick wall of my building, hood up, head down, eyes following me. Other times, I would catch glimpses of him in parked cars near my apartment, sitting silently, engine off, watching. My first instinct was denial. I convinced myself it was coincidence, that maybe I was imagining things. But there was a creeping dread I could not ignore. The first real scare came about 2 weeks after the first sighting. I returned from a late shift to find my door slightly ajar. My pulse spiked and I froze in the hallway, clutching my keys like a weapon. Inside, nothing appeared out of place. The apartment smelled faintly of smoke, though I had not been cooking and the windows were all closed. My mind raced, questioning whether I had left the door unlocked or if someone had actually entered. On the counter was a small note, neatly folded. "I like watching you. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Not yet. I dropped it, heart hammering, and backed out of the apartment, calling the police from the sidewalk. They arrived quickly, checked for signs of forced entry, and found none. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. They suggested it might have been a prank or an exaggeration, but I knew better. Someone had been inside. After that night, my routine changed completely. I started locking the door twice, checking the windows, and installing a small security camera near the entrance. I avoided leaving my apartment after dark and stopped running in the alley behind my building, my favorite shortcut. Sleep became fitful. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant footstep made me jolt awake. A week later, things escalated further. I found a Polaroid photograph in my mailbox. It was taken from across the street, angled perfectly to show me leaving my apartment that morning. On the back, scrawled in messy handwriting, "You looked so pretty today. I like your hair like that." My stomach churned. My sense of safety had been stripped away entirely. I called the police again, filed another report, and shared the photo. They took it seriously this time, but without a clear suspect, they could do little. The stalking grew bolder. Packages appeared at my doorstep: a single glove, a faded scarf, a small stuffed animal. Each item seemed carefully chosen, like deliberately unsettling. I began to live in a constant state of hypervigilance. I avoided walking alone, kept my blinds drawn, and always checked the locks multiple times before leaving my apartment. Friends noticed my anxiety, my jumpiness, but I couldn't explain the depth of the terror that had seeped into my daily life. One night, around midnight, I woke to the sound of scratching at my balcony door. I froze, heart thudding, listening. The scratching grew louder, deliberate. I reached for my phone, trembling, and dialed 911. When I looked through the blinds, I saw him crouched just outside, hood up, staring directly at me. His face was partially obscured, but his eyes met mine. I could feel the intensity of his gaze even through the glass. By the time the police arrived, he had vanished into the shadows. After that, I refused to be alone. I stayed with friends, moved between apartments, and even considered quitting my job to escape the constant anxiety. But wherever I went, the fear followed. Every unfamiliar car parked nearby, every shadow at the edge of my vision sent me spiraling into panic. I started carrying pepper spray, a small knife, and even considered a firearm for protection. Over the next several months, I documented everything: sightings, notes, photographs, phone calls. The police began to take my case more seriously, and I hired a private investigator to track patterns and potential leads. They discovered that the man had likely been studying me for months before my first sighting, following my routines, memorizing my habits, and choosing moments to appear that would maximize fear. Despite all precautions, he found ways to escalate. One evening, I returned from a friend's gathering to find the front door unlocked again. A note lay on the welcome mat. "Why are you running from me?" "I just want to be close." I called the police immediately. They searched the area, canvassed neighbors, but he was gone. I realized then that my life could never return to normal. He had embedded himself into my existence, turning every moment into a calculated fear. Eventually, I moved across the state, changed my phone number, email addresses, and social media handles. I thought relocating would give me a fresh start, a chance to reclaim some semblance of safety. But even in a new city, the paranoia remained. I double-checked locks, avoided walking alone, and never shared my location online. The psychological toll was immense. Years later, the stalking slowed, but it never truly ended. Random calls from blocked numbers, strange cars parked nearby, the occasional note slipped under my door. It was enough to remind me that someone had once fixated on me, followed me, and invaded the sanctuary of my home. The trauma shaped my life in subtle and overt ways. Relationships became difficult, trust was fragile, and moments of peace were fleeting. Even now, I live with the residue of that terror. Every unexpected knock, every unfamiliar face near my apartment sends a shiver down my spine. I still check locks twice, keep a weapon nearby, and remain vigilant. The lesson I learned the hard way is that some people have no boundaries, no empathy, and will obsess relentlessly. And once someone has made you their target, nothing can truly erase the fear they instill. Story the end. Maggie Reynolds had always considered herself cautious, the kind of person who double-locked her doors, avoided walking alone at night, and always had a sense of awareness about her surroundings. She lived alone in a small apartment in Denver, Colorado, working as a data analyst for a tech company downtown. Her routine was predictable. Weekdays were for work, evenings for light exercise or reading, and weekends occasionally spent with friends or family. Life was orderly, and she liked it that way. But that order was about to unravel in ways she could never have imagined. It started subtly, the kind of thing that could be dismissed as coincidence. One Monday night in late March, Maggie returned home from work around 9:15 p.m. The streets were quiet, the city's hum dulled by the late hour. As she approached her apartment building, she noticed a man standing across the street, his hands stuffed into the pockets of a dark hoodie. She didn't recognize him, but he seemed to be staring directly at her. Her pulse quickened, and she quickened her pace, glancing over her shoulder. By the time she reached the front door, the figure had disappeared. Maggie told herself it was nothing, maybe just a neighbor or someone waiting for a ride, but a tiny seed of unease had been planted. 2 nights later, she returned home to find her door slightly ajar. Her heart leapt into her throat. She was meticulous about locking it, and the thought of someone entering her apartment while she was out was terrifying. Inside, nothing appeared disturbed, but taped to the kitchen counter was a note. "I like the way you walk at night." Maggie froze. She didn't know whether to call the police or convince herself it was a prank. The handwriting was neat, almost careful, which made it feel more deliberate, more sinister. After that, the incidents escalated. Notes appeared almost nightly, sometimes under her door, sometimes slipped under the mail slot. Some were benign. "You have a lovely smile." Others were chilling. "I know where you jog. Don't go alone." Maggie began changing her routines, taking different routes to work, skipping her usual late-night jogs, but it never seemed to stop. Whoever it was, they knew her habits, her schedule, and her vulnerabilities. Then came the messages. At first, anonymous emails detailing mundane things, what she had eaten for lunch, when she had taken breaks at work. Then texts from an unknown number. I saw you leave the cafe today. You wore your blue scarf. It looked nice on you. Maggie felt a cold dread that settled into her chest. She started carrying her phone constantly, pepper spray in her hand, checking her surroundings at all times. Sleep became difficult. The shadows of her apartment seemed to shift with a life of their own. By April, Maggie's fear had begun to dominate her life. She installed a security camera at her front door and added a secondary lock. She avoided walking alone after dark and stopped attending social gatherings unless accompanied by friends. The stalker seemed undeterred. One evening, she returned from work to find a single red rose left on her doorstep with no note. Another time, her apartment door was unlocked when she returned home, though she was certain she had locked it. Inside, her laptop was open, displaying an image of her from earlier that evening, taken through the living room window. She froze, realizing with horror that someone had been inside her apartment, watching her, recording her life. The police were called repeatedly. Each time, officers arrived and found no evidence. There were no fingerprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. They suggested installing more cameras and perhaps hiring a security service. Maggie did everything recommended, but the sense of being watched never faded. In May, she noticed the first signs of physical stalking. On her walk to work one morning, she glimpsed the man in the hoodie across the street, keeping pace with her from a distance. She ducked into a store to avoid him, but when she exited, he was gone. At home, she found a note slipped under her door. Nice try. The escalation was unmistakable. The stalker was confident, patient, and methodical. Maggie moved to a new apartment in another part of the city, renting under a slightly altered name and paying in cash to avoid leaving a paper trail. She hoped distance would break the pattern, but within days she began receiving postcards at the new address. Each had photographs of her, walking down the street, picking up groceries, even entering her building. The postcards were signed simply R. The realization that he had tracked her again so quickly made Maggie's stomach churn with fear and frustration. Her friends urged her to seek counseling. She did, and it helped somewhat to talk about the fear, to rationalize it and develop coping strategies. But the psychological toll was immense. Maggie became hypervigilant, checking over her shoulder constantly, avoiding predictable patterns, and remaining alert to every sound and movement in her environment. Mirrors became sources of anxiety. She sometimes saw shadows that weren't there, movements at the edge of her vision, fleeting glimpses of someone who might be real, or might be imagined. One night in June, after returning from a dinner with a friend, Maggie saw him again, the man from before, standing under a streetlight a few blocks away, watching. She froze. He didn't move, didn't approach, just observed. Panic surged, and she ran the rest of the way home, keys clutched tightly in her hand. Inside, she locked every door and window, checked the security camera footage, and discovered a new message on her laptop screen. You can't hide forever. The stalking continued through the summer. Maggie rarely left her apartment alone. She avoided her favorite cafe, stopped jogging entirely, and refrained from attending social events. The police eventually traced some of the digital harassment to a man named Ryan Palmer, 32, with a documented history of stalking and harassment. When he was arrested, authorities found detailed records of her daily routines, photographs of her taken from a distance, and notes obsessively tracking her movements. Even after Ryan Palmer's arrest, Maggie's life had been irrevocably changed. She moved again, multiple times, altering her routines and her appearance, always maintaining a sense of vigilance. The trauma left her with insomnia, anxiety, and a constant fear that someone was watching. She learned that safety was not guaranteed, that personal space could be invaded in ways that left lasting scars, and that vigilance was a permanent necessity. Years later, Maggie still carries pepper spray, locks doors multiple times, and avoids predictable patterns. Even ordinary walks or drives are accompanied by a heightened sense of alertness. She knows that the psychological effects of stalking can outlast the physical presence of the stalker, and that even when someone like Ryan Palmer is removed from your life, the sense of violation and fear remains. Maggie learned to survive, but she also learned that true freedom, the ability to move through the world without fear, might never fully return. Every shadow, Every figure in the distance, every unfamiliar car parked near her building triggers the same instinctive dread she felt during those months of terror. She has adapted, but she has never forgotten. Safety, she realized, is not a guarantee. It is a constant, fragile state maintained only through awareness, preparation, and sometimes sheer luck. The world that once seemed ordinary and secure is now a landscape of shadows and possibilities, and for Maggie, that lesson came at the cost of her peace of mind, her innocence, and her sense of personal autonomy. Even with all precautions, she knows one thing. Once someone like Ryan Palmer has chosen you, the memory of being watched, followed, and violated never fully leaves. It becomes part of you, a permanent imprint of fear and survival. Story the end. It started the week I moved into my first apartment on my own. I was 26, fresh out of college, and finally living in a part of Los Angeles that felt safe, or at least I thought it did. The building was old but charming, a brick structure with ivy climbing up one side, and my unit overlooked a quiet alley and the parking lot. At first, life was normal. Work, groceries, Netflix, and weekend outings with friends. I didn't have much of a social life yet, so the apartment felt like a sanctuary. The first sign that something was wrong was subtle, almost imperceptible. I noticed a man outside the building one evening while I was taking out my trash. He was leaning against a lamppost across the street, wearing a dark hoodie, hands shoved in the pockets, and he didn't seem to be looking anywhere in particular, except that I could feel his eyes on me. I froze for a moment, felt a chill, and then convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe he was waiting for someone, or maybe he just liked standing there. I hurried back to my apartment and locked the door, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. Over the next week, I saw him more frequently. Sometimes near the entrance to the building, sometimes just across the street. Each time I looked up, he would be there, leaning, watching, almost motionless. My initial denial turned into unease. I told myself that maybe it was coincidence, that maybe I was just imagining patterns, but the knot in my stomach kept growing. Then came the first note. It was slipped under my apartment door one afternoon. I found it on the floor when I came home from work. It was typed on plain white paper. "You looked beautiful today. I hope you have a good night." I panicked. My hands shook as I held the note, trying to tell myself it was harmless, maybe even a prank. I didn't mention it to anyone, not my parents, not my coworkers. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside, the rustle of a trash can, the distant hum of traffic, the creak of a neighbor's floorboards, made me jump. I started noticing other signs. My front door would be slightly ajar when I returned home, my mail sometimes rearranged, the faint smell of cologne that wasn't mine. Once, I found a strand of long dark hair on my kitchen counter. I didn't have dark hair. I called the police, but without evidence of forced entry or direct threats, they could do little beyond taking a report. They suggested I document everything, stay vigilant, and be cautious. The stalking escalated in ways I couldn't have predicted. I started receiving texts from unknown numbers, sometimes just a single word, sometimes messages describing my daily routine. "I saw you leaving work today at 5:15. You looked tired." I changed my phone number, only for new numbers to appear. Always new, always knowing something I hadn't told anyone. I stopped going out at night. I stopped walking to the grocery store. I changed my routes to work, avoiding streets where I thought he might be watching. I installed a security camera at my front door, bought extra locks, and even a small alarm system. It helped a little, but I knew it wouldn't stop him. He was always patient, always observing, always just out of reach. One night, I woke to a soft tapping at my bedroom window. My apartment was on the second floor, and I froze, heart pounding, unsure if I had imagined it. I crept toward the window, careful not to make noise, and peeked through the blinds. There he was, standing on the fire escape outside, hood up, hands in his pockets, completely still. I didn't move. After a long moment, he walked away. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching my phone like a lifeline. After that night, my paranoia grew. Every shadow, every sound, every unfamiliar face outside my apartment felt like a threat. I barely ate, barely slept. My coworkers noticed the change in me. I told them I was stressed, that I needed some time off, but I couldn't explain the truth without sounding insane. Weeks passed, and his presence never left. I started seeing subtle signs inside my apartment. A drawer slightly open, a book moved, faint footprints on the balcony. He had been inside. He knew my routines, my schedule, my habits. The realization terrified me. Then came the packages. Small, seemingly innocuous things left at my doorstep. A flower, a Polaroid photo of me walking to the bus stop, even one of me leaving work. The handwriting on the notes was precise, careful, almost neat. I like the way your hair falls over your shoulder when you walk. I stopped sleeping in my apartment. I stayed with a friend, sometimes for days at a time. I couldn't go to work without someone walking me to my car. I barely left my apartment alone. I installed cameras inside every room, even my bedroom, to feel some semblance of control. The texts and notes didn't stop. They grew more personal, more invasive. He knew when I went grocery shopping, what I wore to work, the route I took on my morning run. Sometimes he would send photos of me at the bus stop, of my car parked outside my building. He was everywhere and nowhere at once. I moved again, hoping a change of address would help. It didn't. He found me every time. I started to understand that it wasn't about proximity. It was about control. He wanted to watch, to invade my life, to create fear. One night, I came home from a friend's apartment to find my front door unlocked. My locks hadn't been tampered with, no signs of forced entry, but I knew someone had been inside. I didn't call the police immediately. I called a locksmith from the street and waited outside. When I finally went inside, I found a Polaroid photo on my pillow. Me, sleeping. That was the turning point. I realized this was no longer about admiration or obsession. This was about fear, domination, and control. He didn't want a relationship or acknowledgement. He wanted power over my life, to remind me constantly that he could come and go as he pleased. I started carrying a concealed weapon, learned self-defense techniques, and kept a small emergency bag ready at all times. My world shrank to the size of my heavily secured apartment, the routes I felt safe taking, and the friends I trusted enough to let me stay with them. Years went by. I moved multiple times, changed my phone numbers, deleted social media, avoided leaving digital traces. Yet he always found a way to remind me he was there. Sometimes it was a figure across the street, sometimes a subtle note, sometimes a package. Every reminder was calculated, deliberate, and terrifying. Sleep never returned to me. Food and social interaction became secondary. The fear was constant, gnawing, unrelenting. I learned to live with it, to navigate a world constantly under surveillance. I was always alert, always cautious, always aware. Even now, years later, I know he hasn't stopped. He knows my routines, my habits, my fears. He is patient, meticulous, and relentless. I cannot escape him. I cannot reason with him. He exists somewhere out there, watching, waiting, and I know that this will never end. My life is no longer my own. It belongs to him in a silent, pervasive way that no law, no lock, and no camera can fully prevent. Every shadow, every unexpected sound, every stranger passing by could be him. And I know that the moment I let my guard down, even for a second, he will be there, reminding me that I am never truly alone. Story, the end. It started subtly, in ways I didn't even notice at first. I had just moved into my first real apartment in Austin, Texas. I was 25, working a stable job at a graphic design firm downtown, and for the first time in years, I had a space that was completely my own. It wasn't fancy, a one-bedroom on the second floor of a brick building from the late 70s, but it was mine, and I liked that. The neighbors were quiet, the street lined with old oaks, and the rent was reasonable. The first time I saw him, it didn't register as anything more than a random passerby. I was returning from work, my tote bag heavy with groceries, and I noticed a man across the street. He was standing under the streetlight, hood pulled over his head despite the heat, hands shoved into his pockets. His posture was oddly still, as if he had nowhere to go and no one waiting for him. I glanced at him, then quickly looked away. I thought nothing of it. A week later, I saw him again, outside the coffee shop I went to on my days off. He was sitting on the curb, a bottle of water in one hand, and he watched me as I passed by. I tried to shake it off. Maybe he was just another regular in the neighborhood. Then came the notes. The first one I found slipped under my door. "You look nice today." Just those words, neat, precise, almost clinical in their simplicity. I crumpled it up and threw it away, thinking it was a prank. But the second note arrived a few days later. "I like your hair down." I realized then that he had been watching me, that someone had been observing me, learning things about my habits, my appearance, and my routine. The fear started as a small flicker but quickly grew into a gnawing, constant anxiety. I began noticing him more often. At the park where I jogged in the mornings, across the street when I walked to the grocery store, sometimes in my peripheral vision when I left my apartment building. Always at a distance, always observing. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that maybe it wasn't him, that it could be coincidence. But I couldn't ignore the pattern anymore. By November, the harassment had escalated. Notes continued, each one more personal than the last. I saw you at the park today. You were wearing blue. You looked beautiful. I like your laugh. It's soft and quiet, like you think no one is listening. I stopped jogging. I changed my routes, varied my schedule, but he always seemed to be there, just out of reach, just beyond the safety of the crowd. My apartment, once a sanctuary, became a prison. I installed additional locks, left the lights on at all times, and started sleeping with a small flashlight and a can of pepper spray next to my bed. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside my apartment door. Slow, deliberate, almost careful. My heart thumped so loudly I thought he might hear it. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and not to leave the apartment. I stayed crouched near my bedroom door, listening as the footsteps receded down the hall. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. There were no signs of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing. Just the lingering sense that I had been watched, violated in the smallest, most insidious way. I stayed with a friend for several nights after that, trying to escape the fear that had rooted itself so firmly in my chest. But the moment I returned, I found a Polaroid slipped under my door. It was a photo of me, taken through the living room window, sitting at my desk with my laptop open. On the back, in the same neat, careful handwriting, "I know what you're doing. I'm always here." I called the police again. They took another report, but like before, there was nothing they could do. He had left no trace, no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing to connect him to the crime. The officers suggested I change my locks, consider security cameras, maybe even move if the fear became unbearable. I did all of that. I changed my locks, installed cameras, reinforced the windows, and yet the fear did not dissipate. It only grew. By December, I was living in a constant state of hypervigilance. I avoided going out alone, even for necessities. I carried my phone at all times, pepper spray ready in my bag, checking over my shoulder every few steps. Every shadow, every unexpected noise, every stranger's glance sent my heart racing. Then the calls started. Silent calls, always at odd hours, 3:17 a.m., 2:46 a.m., 4:03 a.m. I answered once, whispering into the phone, and all I heard was heavy breathing, punctuated by a faint, deliberate whisper, "I'm outside." I moved again, this time across town, thinking that distance might break his hold. I changed my number, deleted all social media, even changed my hair color to throw him off. For a while, it seemed to work. The notes stopped, the calls ceased, and the shadows in my peripheral vision disappeared. But the paranoia remained. Every unfamiliar car on my street, every person standing too long at the corner, every pedestrian glancing in my direction made my chest tighten. I couldn't shake the memory of him. The careful attention to detail, the patience, the way he seemed to enjoy instilling fear without ever being physically present. Months later, I received a small package at my new apartment. Inside was a Polaroid of me, walking to the corner store, my hair in the same style I had worn that morning. There was no note this time, just the image itself. I knew immediately it was him. I moved again, this time out of state, to a smaller town where I thought the anonymity would protect me. I changed my routines, avoided walking alone at night, became obsessive about locks and security. I started therapy to cope with the anxiety and the lingering sense of violation. But even with all of these precautions, I knew one truth. He had chosen me once, and someone like that doesn't simply disappear. Even now, years later, I can feel the residual fear in my body. I flinch at shadows, double-check locks, and avoid traveling alone at night. The notes, the Polaroids, the silent calls, the footsteps outside my door, they left a scar, not on my skin, but on my sense of safety, my sense of control, my sense of peace. Some nights when I lie awake in bed, I imagine a figure standing across the street, watching through the darkness, patient and deliberate, always just beyond the edge of my vision. I know it's probably my imagination. a symptom of years of hypervigilance and trauma. Yet part of me knows the truth. Once someone has set their sights on you, once they've made you their target, the fear never fully leaves. I've learned to live with it, to navigate the world cautiously, to trust cautiously. I've learned that the real horror isn't in the physical acts of violence, though those are terrifying in their own right. It's in the control, the relentless intrusion into your sense of normalcy, the way it erodes your trust in reality and in your own ability to feel safe. Even now, when I hear a car idling outside my apartment, when I catch a glimpse of a shadow lingering too long on the sidewalk, I feel it. The same cold, creeping dread that first gripped me the day I noticed him, standing under that lamppost, head tilted, watching, waiting, patient, and unrelenting. No matter how far I move, no matter how many precautions I take, that knowledge, the knowledge that someone once chose me, studied me, and enjoyed the fear they caused, will never leave me. It has become a permanent companion, a shadow that follows me quietly through every street, every building, every room where I try to feel safe. I've come to understand that stalkers like him aren't just people who follow. They are people who insert themselves into your life, who study your habits, who anticipate your movements, and who take pleasure in the vulnerability they create. The terror isn't in what they do, but in what they represent: the loss of control, the invasion of privacy, the realization that your life is no longer entirely yours. I live cautiously now, aware that the world contains someone who has already invaded the most private parts of my life. I check locks multiple times before bed, avoid leaving my apartment alone after dark, and remain hyper-aware of every movement, every glance, every shadow. I know that fear is no longer something that can be fully eradicated. It is a permanent part of me. And sometimes, late at night, when the street is quiet and the shadows stretch long across the pavement, I swear I see him. I swear I see him. Standing there, still, watching, waiting, patient and precise, a reminder that some predators do not need to approach to terrify, that some scars are invisible, and that some fears never fade. Story the end. It started small, the way these things always seem to. At first, I didn't even realize anything was happening. Looking back, I wish I'd taken those little moments more seriously. The odd sensation of being watched, the car that always seemed to be parked across the street when I got home from work, the friend request from an account with no profile picture and no posts. But you never think it's going to happen to you. I had just moved to a small apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia. It wasn't anything fancy: second floor, small balcony, thin walls, but it was mine. I worked as a graphic designer for a marketing firm, mostly remote, and I liked the quiet of the neighborhood. It was close enough to DC to feel lively, but far enough away that nights were calm, just the hum of the streetlights and the occasional passing car. The first time I noticed something was off, it was around late September. I came home one night after a long day in the office. It was dark, maybe 9 p.m., and as I pulled into the lot, my headlights swept over a white Honda parked across from my building. I didn't think anything of it at first. Lots of people parked there. But as I got out of my car, I swear I felt someone's eyes on me. I glanced around. The lot was empty, except for the Honda, its windows dark, tinted just enough that I couldn't see inside. I shook it off, went upstairs, and locked the door behind me. A few days later, I noticed it again. Same car, same spot. I even took a longer route home one evening just to see if maybe I was imagining things, but when I pulled into the lot, there it was, like it had been waiting for me. That's when I started getting the messages. The first one came through Instagram, a simple "hey." The account was blank, no photo, no posts, no followers, but it had my full name. "Do I know you?" I replied, cautious but polite. No answer. I blocked the account and went about my day, but the next morning, another message popped up. Different account, same blank profile. "Good morning, beautiful." I didn't reply that time. I blocked it, too. For a while, that seemed to be the end of it, but then little things started happening. I'd find my doormat flipped over when I came home from work. One morning, I woke up and found a single white rose sitting on my balcony, petals dewy like it had just been picked. My heart pounded as I scanned the parking lot, but I didn't see anyone. I told my friend Emily about it when we met for drinks that Friday. "That's creepy as hell," she said, wide-eyed. "You should tell your landlord or call the cops." "And tell them what? That someone left me a flower?" I shook my head. They won't do anything unless something actually happens. She frowned, sipping her wine. Just be careful, okay? I promised her I would. A week later, I woke up to find a note taped to my front door. You're even prettier when you sleep. I froze, staring at the words, my hand shaking as I peeled the paper off the door. It wasn't typed. It was handwritten, neat, almost elegant, on lined notebook paper. I called the police that time. An officer came by, took a report, and looked around the property, but of course there was nothing to find. No fingerprints, no cameras in the complex, no witnesses. Probably some kid messing around, the officer said, though I could tell he didn't believe it any more than I did. After that, I started carrying pepper spray everywhere. I double-checked my locks at night, even pushed a chair under the doorknob before going to bed. I stopped sitting on my balcony and kept the blinds closed, but it didn't matter. The messages didn't stop. They just got worse. You look so cute in that red sweater today. I like the way you wear your hair down. You shouldn't talk to guys at work. You're mine. The worst part? He was watching me. Somewhere, somehow, he was close enough to see the smallest details, my clothes, my hair, even when I smiled at a coworker in the parking lot. I started noticing the white Honda more often. Sometimes it would be parked outside my office building. Sometimes it would be on the side of the road when I drove home. Once, I saw it idling across the street from the coffee shop where I met Emily. I tried to tell myself I was paranoid, that I was imagining patterns where there were none. But then, one night in early November, I heard someone on my balcony. It was just past midnight. I'd been lying in bed, half asleep, when the soft creak of footsteps jolted me awake. My heart hammered as I sat frozen in the dark, straining to hear. Another sound, like a shoe brushing against the railing. I grabbed my phone, hands trembling, and dialed 911. By the time the police arrived, whoever it was had vanished. But there, sitting neatly against the glass door, was another rose. This one was red. The officers stayed for a while, checked the area, but it was the same story. No cameras, no witnesses, no leads. I barely slept after that. I started crashing at Emily's place a few nights a week, but I couldn't stay away from my own home forever. One Saturday evening in December, after a particularly stressful week, I decided to stay in. I locked the door, checked the windows, and curled up on the couch with a blanket and a movie. For a while, I almost forgot about him. Then, my phone buzzed. Why are you ignoring me? I stared at the screen, my blood running cold. I can see you. My hands shook as I peered through the blinds. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, in the dim light of the parking lot, I spotted it. The white Honda, parked directly across from my building. Headlights off. Engine running. I called the police again, voice breaking as I explained what was happening. By the time the cruiser pulled up, the Honda was gone. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I finally told my boss what was going on. She let me work entirely from home and had helped me file for a restraining order. But the cops told me the same thing over and over. Without a name or an identity, there wasn't much they could do. Then, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, it escalated. One morning in late January, I walked out to my car and found an envelope tucked under my windshield wiper. My name was written across the front in that same neat handwriting. Inside were photographs. Photos of me, walking to my car, grocery shopping, sitting on my balcony reading a book, sleeping, my curtains slightly parted, my face dimly lit by the glow of my phone. I dropped the envelope like it burned me and ran back inside, locking the door and sobbing as I called the police again. They took the photos, promised to look into it, but nothing came of it. The next night, I packed a bag and stayed with Emily for 2 weeks. But when I finally worked up the courage to go back home, the first thing I saw when I pulled into the parking lot was that damn white Honda. This time, I didn't call anyone. I didn't even get out of my car. I drove straight to a hotel and stayed there until I could break my lease and move out. Even now, months later, I still look over my shoulder when I'm walking alone. I still wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I hear footsteps outside my window. I moved to a new city, changed my number, deleted my social media, but sometimes when I check my rearview mirror, I swear I see a white Honda a few cars back. And sometimes, in the quiet of my new apartment, my phone buzzes with an unknown number. I found you. Story the end. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. I had just moved into my first apartment in Chicago, a modest one-bedroom on the second floor of a brick building built in the early 70s. I was 24, fresh out of college, and I had landed a decent job at a marketing firm downtown. Life was supposed to be exciting, independent, free, but it didn't take long for that sense of safety to start slipping away. The first time I saw him, I didn't register it as anything unusual. I was coming back from the grocery store, struggling with two heavy bags and fumbling with my keys, when I noticed a man standing across the street. He was average height, wearing a black hoodie with the hood pulled low, his hands shoved into the pockets of his jeans. He didn't move, didn't seem to do anything in particular, just stared. I felt a small knot of unease, but I was tired and focused on getting inside. I shook it off, assuming it was coincidence. A week later, I saw him again near the coffee shop I frequented on my days off. He sat on the curb, his head turned slightly as though observing me, though it could have been anyone. My stomach sank. That morning I had worn a blue jacket, the same one I had on when I first saw him across the street. Was it really coincidence? Then the notes began. The first was slipped under my door one afternoon while I was at work. A small piece of paper, folded neatly. The handwriting was clean, precise. "You look nice today." I crumpled it up immediately, trying to laugh it off. Maybe it was a joke. Someone in the building had seen me and decided to play a prank, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled in my chest. 3 days later, another note. "I like your hair down." My blood ran cold. That morning, my hair had been loose just for a short time. I was the only one who had seen it that way outside of my close friends and family. No one else knew my routine. I started noticing little things around my apartment. My trash can had been moved slightly, my mail shifted, a cigarette butt left on my windowsill. I didn't smoke. My neighbors didn't smoke. My paranoia escalated quickly. I told a friend, Marissa, about the notes. She frowned, worry lines creasing her forehead. "You need to be careful," she said. "Really careful." By the second week, I realized he was following me. He appeared at the corner store across the street from my office, sometimes lingering near the park where I jogged. Always watching, always still. I changed my routines. I varied my jogging routes, took different streets to work, even changed the time I left the apartment. I carried pepper spray, kept my phone in my hand, and checked over my shoulder constantly. But nothing stopped him. Then came the calls. Silent calls at odd hours, 11:47 p.m., 2:13 a.m., 3:06 a.m. I picked up once, holding my breath. All I heard was breathing, deep, slow, deliberate, and then a whisper. "I'm outside." I froze. I hung up and considered leaving the city immediately, but I couldn't abandon my job, my apartment, my life. One night I returned home from a late shift at the cafe where I worked. The hallway was empty, silent, but the moment I reached my apartment door, I noticed it had been jiggled. The deadbolt was still locked, but the knob moved slightly when I touched it. I called 911, whispering into the phone, keeping my hand on the doorknob. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and wait for officers. I crouched near the bedroom, listening to footsteps, slow, deliberate, creeping down the hall. They stopped just outside my door. Then silence. By the time the police arrived, he was gone. There were no fingerprints, no forced entry, nothing. Just the lingering presence, the violation of my sanctuary. I stayed with Marissa for several nights, desperate to feel safe, but the moment I returned to my apartment, a new note appeared. "Don't leave me again." I realized then that the fear wasn't just physical. He wanted control. He wanted me terrified. He wanted to dominate the smallest details of my life, the parts I thought were mine alone. Over the following months, the harassment escalated. Small packages appeared. A Polaroid of me leaving work, my backpack slung over my shoulder, a dried daisy taped to an envelope, a scrap of paper with my name written repeatedly in neat, deliberate letters. I began to notice subtle signs outside my apartment. Shadows that lingered too long, cars that followed me when I ran errands, figures in hoodies standing just out of sight. I changed my phone number, deleted all social media, installed extra locks, and bought a security camera. I rearranged my furniture so that the windows were partially blocked from view. I stopped leaving my apartment alone at night. Every creak, every rustle, every unfamiliar sound made my pulse spike. By the following winter, I was barely leaving my apartment. I skipped shifts, canceled plans, and avoided contact with friends. My life had shrunk to the size of my apartment, to the safety I could enforce behind reinforced doors. Eventually, I moved again, hoping distance would break his hold. I packed my belongings and drove 3 hours to stay with my sister in a quieter suburb. For a time, it seemed to work. No notes, no calls, no sightings. I even started to feel safe enough to take walks during the day. But the fear never fully left me. Every shadow, every figure in a hoodie on the street, every unfamiliar car set my nerves on edge. I became hyper aware, always checking over my shoulder, always checking locks multiple times. Months later, a note appeared under my sister's door. No return address. I didn't even need to open it to know the words that would be written inside. I know where you are. The police advised installing more cameras and keeping a log of every incident, but there was nothing they could do without a name or physical evidence. I realized then that he didn't need to touch me directly. The control, the fear he instilled was enough. I moved again, this time to a small town in Utah, changed my name on social media, avoided going out after dark, stayed inside almost all the time. For months, it was quiet, but the paranoia never went away. I couldn't trust anyone fully. Every car, every shadow, every creak in the floorboards made my heart race. Years passed. I learned to coexist with the fear, to live cautiously, to sleep with one eye open, to always be aware. But even now, sometimes when the street is quiet, when the shadows stretch long across the pavement, I see him, or at least I imagine him, standing there, patient, watching, waiting. I've learned the hard truth. Once someone chooses you, once they study you and invade the smallest parts of your life, that fear never fully disappears. You can move, hide, change your routines, but it remains a shadow embedded in your daily existence, a reminder that someone once took pleasure in knowing exactly how terrified you could be. And sometimes, when the wind rattles my window or a car idles too long across the street, I swear I see him. Story the end. It started off like most things do, in a way that felt normal and mundane. I had just moved into a new apartment in a mid-sized city in the Midwest. I'd found a one-bedroom on the third floor of a brick building constructed in the late 70s. The rent was cheap, the location was decent, and it was quiet. That's what I told myself anyway. Quiet is subjective. I'd spent the better part of my 20s hopping from one apartment to another, mostly in college towns, mostly because I liked the feeling of starting fresh. But this time it was different. I wasn't just starting over, I was trying to escape. Escape what? Exactly, I couldn't say, and I think that's what made the first signs of trouble slip past me. I noticed him the day I moved in. Not really him, not by name, just a shadow in the hallway outside my apartment. I was carrying a box of books, mostly heavy hardcover novels, the kind you carry around to feel like you're prepared for life. He was a man in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, average build, wearing a faded gray hoodie and jeans. Nothing remarkable, really, except the way he was standing there, just staring. Not at me directly, more like at the number on my door. I paused, caught his gaze briefly, and he nodded. Just a nod, small, almost apologetic. I muttered a hey, and he returned it with a quiet hello. I told myself it was harmless, probably just a neighbor. Weeks passed. The shadow in the hallway began appearing more frequently. At first, I rationalized it. Maybe he lived above me. Maybe he worked nights and got home late. I was tired. I didn't want to confront strangers. But then I started noticing little things. My mailbox would sometimes be open when I hadn't opened it yet, though nothing seemed missing. I would occasionally find small notes tucked under my door, just words, nothing threatening at first, like hello or hope you're well. I asked the apartment manager about it, but they shrugged, said maybe it was a kid in the building playing a prank. The unease grew. I started taking pictures of the hallway from my door whenever I saw him standing there. His expression never changed. His posture never changed. He just stared. Sometimes he was carrying a cup of coffee, sometimes a grocery bag, sometimes nothing at all. I didn't see him enter any apartment, didn't see him leave for work. He just existed in the hallway like a fixture. Then came the late-night phone calls. My phone number wasn't listed anywhere, and I hadn't given it to anyone except my boss and a few close friends. The calls were silent. No breathing, no clicking, just silence. At first, I ignored them. After 3 nights in a row, I started recording them. Every call ended at exactly 3:17 a.m. My sleep started breaking down. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart hammering, expecting someone to be in my apartment. Sometimes I would hear faint tapping on my window, but when I checked, nothing was there. I started noticing him outside too. At first, it was just glimpses through my blinds. Someone walking across the parking lot, someone standing by the dumpster. But then I started seeing him in more public spaces. The coffee shop I frequented, the small park near my apartment, even the grocery store. I knew it was him because he didn't blend in like other people. He lingered. He didn't just walk past, he scanned, he waited, he observed. One night, after a particularly grueling day at work, I came home and found my apartment door slightly ajar. My apartment key always worked, always locked securely. I froze in the hallway, listening. Silence. Nothing felt stolen. No items out of place. Just a lingering smell of cigarette smoke, a scent I didn't recognize. My heart didn't settle. I called the police. They came, took a report, said there wasn't much they could do without evidence of theft or physical threat. After that, I installed a security camera outside my door. I told myself it would make me feel safer. I watched the footage the next morning and froze. There he was, standing in the hallway, staring at my door. But what made my blood run cold was that he wasn't alone. A second figure appeared briefly behind him, a shadowy outline, a woman maybe, but I couldn't be sure. And then, just as quickly, he looked directly at the camera, cocked his head slightly, almost like he knew it was there, then walked away. The harassment escalated. The notes became more personal. I know your favorite coffee is hazelnut. I saw you at the park. You were wearing a blue jacket. The last one was particularly chilling. You were alone tonight. I hope you weren't scared. My apartment began to feel like a cage. I changed the locks, installed a chain. I even bought a pepper spray and kept it on my nightstand. None of it mattered. I started sleeping at a friend's place when I could. My friends started noticing the toll it was taking. My eyes sunken, my voice tense, the way I flinched at every unexpected sound. I even considered moving again, but the thought of him following me, finding me, kept me in a constant state of fear. One evening I came home late from work, exhausted, and found something taped to my front door, a Polaroid. My stomach turned to ice. In the picture was my bed, my bedroom. The sheets rumpled as if someone had just left. I hadn't seen the photo being taken, hadn't left anything out of place. I called the police immediately. They came, took another report, checked fingerprints, but couldn't trace anything. They said I was lucky. He hadn't touched anything else, but I knew I wasn't lucky. I was being hunted, and he was learning. I started noticing small changes inside my apartment. Things moved slightly. Books I had on the floor sometimes ended up on my desk. My shoes weren't always where I left them. Sometimes I would hear soft breathing when I was alone. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow, always checking locks multiple times before bed, double-checking the peephole for shadows. One night, I came home to find the doormat flipped over. On it, written in what looked like pencil, were the words, "You can't hide." My phone rang immediately after I opened the door. The call was silent again. I sat on the couch, shaking, staring at my front door. Every instinct screamed at me that he was somewhere inside, but there was no one. I reached out to a local support group for stalking victims. They told me to document everything, get restraining orders, install cameras, and consider moving to a more secure location. I did all of that, but restraining orders are just pieces of paper. They don't stop someone like him. The next escalation was outside of my apartment entirely. I had a job at a small marketing firm, and one evening as I left, I noticed him parked across the street, sitting in an older model sedan. I ducked into a coffee shop and called a friend to pick me up. By the time I returned with backup, the car was gone, but the fear had already settled deep into my chest. I realized then that no place felt safe. Not home, not work, not public spaces. The first direct confrontation came a few weeks later. I was walking to my car in the parking lot late at night when he stepped out from between two cars. He was smiling now, a thin, calculated smile, the kind that made your skin crawl. I froze. He didn't say anything, just tilted his head slightly. I shouted for help, ran to my car, and locked myself inside. He walked past, slow and deliberate, not touching the car, not breaking in, just there, a reminder of the invisible leash he had over me. I began taking self-defense classes, carrying multiple devices, pepper spray, a tactical flashlight, even a small stun gun. I started documenting everything, installing more cameras not just at the door, but in hallways I could see from my apartment. The footage revealed more of him, sometimes lurking near dumpsters, sometimes pacing the street in front of my building, sometimes watching me from across the parking lot. Always alone, always silent, always watching. The psychological toll was immense. I started losing friends because I would cancel plans at the last minute, afraid he would appear if I went out. My work suffered. My sleep was erratic. My diet suffered. I became hyper aware of every sound, every movement, every stranger's gaze. I would check the apartment before I went to work, before I went to bed, sometimes multiple times an hour. Then came the final escalation, the night I knew I had no other choice. I had returned home from a late shift at work and found my door wide open again. This time, there was no Polaroid, no note, just the door. I stepped inside cautiously, every sense screaming at me that this was it, that I was going to encounter him. I grabbed my flashlight, checked every room, nothing. But then from the living room, I heard it, a soft rustling, like someone moving across the floor. My hand shook as I raised the flashlight, and there he was. He wasn't smiling this time. His face was cold, expressionless. He didn't say a word. He just stood there, looking at me, unblinking. I backed up, my heart hammering, and tripped over a rug. He took a step forward, slow, deliberate. I screamed, ran for the door, and he followed. Not fast, not slow, just steady, like he was biding his time. I managed to get out into the hallway, slammed the door, and locked it behind me. I pounded on neighbors' doors until someone called the police. They arrived within minutes, but when they forced entry, he was gone. No one knew where he had gone, and there was no trace of him. The apartment was untouched, yet the terror remained. I moved immediately after that night. I don't know if he followed me. I haven't seen him since, but I know the memory of his gaze, the way he lingered, will never leave me. I still check locks obsessively, sleep with lights on, and flinch at the slightest sound in hallways or parking lots. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that he's out there, watching, waiting, studying. That kind of fear doesn't go away. It doesn't fade with distance or time. It becomes part of you, a constant shadow that walks beside you. Every unfamiliar car, every late-night pedestrian, every creak of a floorboard reminds you that someone once existed in your life, not as a friend, not as a stranger, but as a presence whose purpose was only to watch and to know you couldn't escape. I've heard stories of other people who have had similar experiences, but no one truly understands until it happens to you. You don't just lose your sense of safety, you lose your sense of certainty. You question every glance, every movement, every sound. And the worst part? Even after all precautions, even after moving across the country, even after police involvement, there's always the possibility that somewhere out there, he's still watching. The thing about stalkers isn't that they hurt you immediately. They get under your skin first. They take away your comfort, your routine, your sense of normalcy. And when they finally reveal themselves, it's only the tip of the iceberg. Every photo, every note, every silent call is a reminder that someone is thinking about you when you're alone, that someone knows where you are, and that no matter how many locks you put on your doors, no matter how far you run, you can never completely escape the fear they've planted in your mind. Even now, when I lie in bed at night, I can't help but check the window. The street light casts shadows across the room, and for a split second, I half expect to see him standing there, staring. The rational part of me knows he probably isn't, that it's just my imagination. But another part, a darker, instinctual part, knows that once someone has chosen you, they don't just disappear. They linger. In hallways, in photographs, in your memory, and in every quiet, vulnerable moment you think you're truly alone. The fear never leaves. You just learn to live with it. And in some ways, that's worse than any direct threat. Because it's not just the person outside your door who's dangerous, it's the idea that someone could be, that someone has already chosen you, and there's no telling when they might come back. Story the end. It was the kind of late October evening that smelled like wet leaves and impending frost. Emma had stayed late at the office, finishing reports that had been piled on her desk for weeks. Her coworkers had left hours earlier, leaving the building eerily silent, except for the low hum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional clack of her keyboard. She was used to working late, Her job in marketing demanded it, and the solitude often helped her focus. Tonight, though, there was a subtle tension she couldn't shake, like the air itself was holding its breath. Emma glanced at her watch. Nearly 10. She shut down her computer, gathered her bag, and stepped into the dark parking lot. The lot was nearly empty, except for a few scattered cars and the shadowy outlines of leafless trees swaying in the cold breeze. She clicked her car key to unlock her sedan, her eyes darting briefly to the darkness beyond the lot, imagining someone lurking behind a tree, watching. She laughed nervously at herself and shook the thought away. She was just being paranoid. As she drove home, she noticed a dark SUV trailing behind her, just far enough to avoid her noticing immediately. At first, she thought it was coincidence, but then she noticed it at every turn. When she slowed for a stoplight, it slowed. When she merged onto the highway, it did too. Panic started creeping in. She kept her speed steady and didn't make any sudden moves, telling herself not to give in to fear. Her mind raced through every horror story she had ever heard. What should she do? Should she drive to the nearest police station? Should she call someone? She kept her hands tight on the steering wheel, heart thudding. She finally remembered the gas station near her apartment complex, a place well lit and with cameras. She signaled and turned toward it. The SUV hesitated at first, then followed. Her stomach dropped. She ran inside the gas station, trying to act casual, hoping the attendant wouldn't notice her frantic eyes darting toward the window. "Hi," she said, voice too cheerful. "Could you call the police? There's a car following me." The attendant, a young man with dark circles under his eyes, didn't ask questions. He grabbed the phone behind the counter. "Stay inside," he said, his voice low but firm. Emma did, peering through the large windows as the SUV slowed near the entrance, just long enough for her to see a man in a dark hoodie sitting behind the wheel. Something about the way he stared sent a chill down her spine. Not just a casual glance. He was studying her, calculating. The dispatcher's voice crackled through the receiver. 911. What's your emergency?" Emma tried to calm herself, but the words came out fast and stuttered. There's a car following me. I don't know who it is. They're outside the gas station now. Please, hurry." The dispatcher instructed her to stay on the line and wait for patrol units. Emma watched, heart in her throat, as the SUV parked a few spaces away. The man inside didn't move, just sat there. It felt like hours, though in reality, only a few minutes passed before the red and blue lights reflected off the wet pavement. The man in the SUV didn't wait for them. He drove off just as the officers pulled in, melting into the darkness of the city streets. The police took her statement, asked for a description, and promised to keep an eye out. Emma felt a temporary relief, but deep down she knew the story wasn't over. Whoever that man was, he had noticed her. Over the next few days, she tried to ignore it. She told herself it was a one-time scare, but then small things began to happen. At first, it was subtle, a shadow in the corner of her apartment window, just enough to make her think someone was there. But when she turned on the lights, nothing was there. Her mail was slightly disturbed, envelopes moved around, bills not where she left them. Once, she found a single long strand of dark hair on her kitchen counter. She lived alone, and she didn't have dark hair. Her phone started acting strangely. She would receive calls from unknown numbers, just silence when she answered. Text messages with nothing but periods. Occasionally, a single word. Hi. Sleep became impossible. Every noise outside her apartment, the scraping of a trash can, the hum of an engine, the creak of the floorboards, made her heart leap. She began to carry pepper spray and a pocket knife everywhere, even to work. She installed extra locks on her doors, motion sensor lights, and a security camera at the entrance. None of it felt like enough. Then came the messages on social media. She hadn't accepted anyone she didn't know, but the accounts kept appearing, each with a single photo. Her. One taken while she was walking home, another while sitting at her desk, another showing her car parked outside the grocery store. Her stomach churned as she realized that he must have been following her for weeks, maybe months, studying her routine. One Friday night, after a particularly tense week, she decided to leave her apartment late, hoping to shake some of the fear by being out among people. She parked near a small diner and went in, trying to lose herself in the dim warmth and smell of coffee. She sat in the corner, eyes scanning every entrance. Halfway through a cup of black coffee, she felt her phone vibrate. A message: "You're cute when you're scared." Emma froze. She looked around the diner, but no one seemed to notice her. Her hands shook as she dialed 911, whispering the address. The dispatcher assured her officers were on the way. She stayed put, trying to act normal, her gaze flicking toward every window and entrance. When the officers arrived, she ran to them, nearly in tears. They searched the parking lot and surrounding streets but found nothing. No car, no person, nothing that could be traced. She began to understand the horrifying reality. He was smart, patient, and he knew how to avoid being caught. The next month was a blur of paranoia. Emma barely left her apartment. She stopped answering unknown calls, like stopped going out for late-night groceries, stopped visiting friends who lived far away. Her work suffered. Her friends noticed her withdrawn state, but she couldn't tell them everything. The police could only do so much without concrete evidence. Then one night, she came home to find her apartment door unlocked. Her blood ran cold. She always double-checked, triple-checked. Whoever had been inside knew how to bypass her security. She called 911, and officers arrived quickly. They found no one but took prints and dusted for evidence. Emma stayed with a friend for several nights. When she returned, she noticed something she hadn't before. Subtle scratches on her front door frame, almost like fingernails. She imagined the man standing there, pressing his hand to the wood, just to feel her presence. One evening, she received a package with no return address. Inside was a small notebook filled with sketches of her apartment building, her car, and her favorite coffee shop. Alongside them were detailed notes of her daily routines, observations about when she left for work, when she returned, what she wore. On the last page, written in perfect, neat handwriting, were the words, "Soon." Panic surged through her, but she didn't tell anyone. She couldn't. People would think she was overreacting, paranoid, but she knew better. She installed a state-of-the-art security system, cameras inside every room, motion sensors everywhere. She even bought a dog, a big German shepherd she named Max, for protection. For a time, things seemed quiet. The messages stopped. No new packages arrived. The shadow of fear lifted slightly, though never fully. But she knew it was only a matter of time. The man had studied her too long, understood her patterns too well. One Saturday, 2 months later, she decided to drive to a friend's house a few towns over, hoping to break the isolation. She was careful, changing her route, taking back roads she usually avoided. Halfway there, she noticed a black sedan behind her, familiar and too deliberate. Her heart sank. This was him. She tried to stay calm, memorizing every turn, every exit, just in case she needed to escape. She noticed he wasn't following exactly, but adjusting to her every move. Panic threatened to take over. Her phone was in her hand, dialing 911, when the sedan suddenly veered off the road, disappearing into the night. She couldn't breathe. She didn't stop until she reached her friend's driveway, hands trembling, mind racing. She stayed there for a week, refusing to return home. When she finally did, she found her apartment untouched. No signs of forced entry, no damage, nothing that would indicate someone had been inside. But she knew better. The message was clear. He was still out there, watching, waiting, patient. Sleep never returned to Emma. Every noise startled her. Every shadow sent her heart racing. She couldn't go out alone, couldn't trust anyone, couldn't escape the feeling of being hunted. Her life became a constant calculation, a series of precautions and avoidance. Friends drifted away, worried about her mental state, but she knew the truth. She wasn't imagining this. He was real. He was patient. He was everywhere and nowhere at once. Then came the night she came home to find her front door open again, this time with a small toy on her welcome mat, a miniature figure of a woman carved in wood with long dark hair. She didn't call the police. She didn't run. She just stood there, frozen, understanding finally that this was no longer about catching him or escaping him. It was about enduring him, about living with the knowledge that someone had chosen her as their obsession, and that obsession would never end. Emma's life became a shadow of itself, defined by fear and vigilance. She moved once, thinking a new city would help, but it didn't. Every new place, every new routine, every new attempt to erase her trail, he adapted, appeared, or made his presence felt. The world shrank to a series of precautions, cameras, locks, and locked doors. Years later, Emma still lives with that terror. She still checks her phone obsessively, watches the streets from her windows, listens for the faintest sound of footsteps behind her. She has learned to recognize the signs, the subtle intrusions, the feeling of being watched. Friends and family call it paranoia, but she knows better. He is patient, methodical, intelligent, and relentless. She cannot escape him. She cannot reason with him. The man who stalked her didn't want to hurt her, at least not yet. He wanted control, presence, fear. And he had it. He had all of it. And Emma knows every day that he is out there, somewhere, still watching, waiting, because when obsession is this deep, it never ends. Story the end. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. Mia Thompson, a 27-year-old graphic designer living in Portland, Oregon, first noticed the oddities in late spring. She had moved into a small brick apartment near the East Side waterfront, drawn to its low rent and convenient location. It was an older building, but she liked the character: creaking floors, old brass doorknobs, and a fire escape that overlooked a narrow alley. She had felt safe there at first. That sense of security was about to unravel. It began with small things: a shadow at the edge of her vision while she was at her desk, the faint impression of someone standing outside her door when she returned from work, always gone by the time she opened it. She chalked it up to paranoia, to the loneliness of living alone, and the fact that she worked late most nights. But then the notes began. The first one appeared taped to her door one Thursday morning. It was a small, crumpled piece of printer paper with a message scrawled in messy handwriting. "I know you were up late last night. Sweet dreams." Mia froze, the paper trembling slightly in her hand. She knew she hadn't left her apartment the night before, had spent hours sketching at her desk, headphones on, oblivious to the world. She ripped the note in half, threw it in the trash, and tried to convince herself it was a prank, some neighbor with nothing better to do. But the next week, it escalated. She came home from work to find footprints in the dust on her windowsill. Distinct shoe prints, small, narrow, almost childlike, though she didn't know any children who would wander the area. The lock on her front door, which had always been sturdy, felt loose, slightly tampered with. Mia began sleeping with her phone under her pillow, a baseball bat leaning against the bed, a small knife tucked into the top drawer of her dresser. She told herself she was being cautious, nothing more. One night, she heard the first sound that made her blood run cold, a deliberate tapping at her window. It was soft, methodical. She froze, holding her breath, listening. Then a whisper, almost indistinguishable, carried through the glass. "Mia." Her first instinct was to call the police. They came, took her statement, inspected the locks, and told her there was no evidence of forced entry. They suggested security cameras. She bought two. One pointed at the front door, one at the window where she had heard the voice. She felt a brief sense of relief, believing that with cameras, she would catch whoever was harassing her. But the cameras only recorded static, distorted images, even in daylight. And then the stalker began leaving things in her mailbox, items that should have been private. A hairbrush she had lost months ago, a sweater from a store she had browsed but never purchased, a receipt for coffee she had bought that very morning, though the timestamp was a few minutes before she had actually ordered it. It was as if someone was following her every move. Mia stopped going out alone. Her friends invited her to dinners, movies, even just coffee, but she declined. She worked remotely, rarely socialized, and avoided her usual jogging trail along the waterfront. But even at home, she was never truly safe. Her emails began receiving strange messages, a single word at first, then sentences, then paragraphs describing things she had done that very day. "You skipped lunch at your desk. I saw you eat the granola bar anyway. You paused on page 42. I waited." The tone was chillingly casual, almost affectionate, as if whoever was writing it was a constant companion in her life. She considered moving, but even that felt impossible. Her landlord was strict about leases, and with the stalker's escalating behavior, she feared they would just find her new address. She installed stronger locks, extra lights, even a panic alarm that linked directly to the local police. None of it helped. Then the first real confrontation occurred. Mia had stayed late at work, leaving the office at around 10:30 p.m., walking briskly to her car in the dimly lit parking garage. She didn't notice at first, but footsteps echoed behind her. She quickened her pace. The footsteps quickened too. "Mia." A voice called softly. Her blood ran cold. She spun around, and there he was, a man she had never seen before, perhaps in his early 30s, wearing a dark hoodie that obscured his face. He looked calm, almost casual, but there was an intensity in his gaze that made her stomach churn. She sprinted to her car, fumbling with the keys. He didn't chase, didn't yell, just stood there watching until she drove off. The police were called immediately, but when she described the man, they had no matches in their system. Security footage from nearby businesses showed no one following her, just her getting into her car alone. She began carrying a small pepper spray canister, a taser, anything she could to feel safe. But at night, walking anywhere, she felt eyes on her, and she never felt alone. Mia started noticing subtle changes in her apartment. Items she knew she had put away would be in different places. The stove would be on, the fridge door left ajar. One night, she woke up to the sound of her bedroom door creaking. Her heart raced as she shined her phone's flashlight toward it. Nothing. But her bedspread had been slightly tugged, as if someone had brushed against it. She panicked, calling 911, and stayed on the line for 20 minutes, shaking under her covers. Sleep became impossible. She couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Mirrors became her enemy. She would glance up and sometimes think she saw a shadow, someone standing behind her in reflection, gone when she turned. The emails continued, now including photos of her taken from outside her window. She tried changing routines, taking different routes home, shopping at different stores, using cash instead of cards. Nothing helped. One evening, she returned from a rare dinner with friends to find her front door unlocked. Not just unlocked, wide open. She froze at the threshold, her keys trembling in her hand. She stepped inside cautiously, flashlight sweeping across the living room. The apartment was empty, but her laptop was open, the screen showing a live feed of her front window. And written on a sticky note stuck to the screen, "Missed me?" Her breaking point came 2 weeks later. It was a Sunday morning when she decided to jog along the trail again, trying to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. She ran faster than usual, headphones blasting music, but she couldn't shake the feeling someone was moving parallel to her. She glanced over her shoulder and caught sight of the same man from the parking garage, keeping his distance but following. Panic surged through her. She turned sharply, sprinting back toward the main road. When she reached it, he was gone, but her phone buzzed. A text. "Nice run. See you tonight." The apartment felt like a cage. Mia began sleeping in different rooms each night, barricading doors, installing makeshift alarms with string and cans, anything to alert her if someone entered. She became hyper-aware of every sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the squeak of the floorboards, the soft tapping of her fingers against her desk. She didn't answer calls from unknown numbers. She didn't open her door for deliveries, and she rarely even looked outside. One night, around midnight, she awoke to the unmistakable sound of someone walking in her kitchen. Her panic surged. She dialed 911 and whispered into the phone, telling the operator she believed someone was in her apartment. She could hear the soft steps moving closer. Then a voice, low and almost affectionate, "Mia, it's me. Don't be scared." The police arrived within minutes, but the intruder was gone. They found no fingerprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing except her laptop left open on the living room table. And another note, this time handwritten in pen on thick cardstock. "I just wanted to see you sleep. I promise I won't come back tonight. Sweet dreams, Mia." The following months were a blur. She moved once, hoping a new city would break the pattern, but the harassment found her. Emails, texts, packages, photos, even glimpses on the street. Always the same man, always watching. The stalking became part of her life, a constant undercurrent of fear. She quit jogging, stopped going out at night, never let herself relax. Friends grew distant, unable to understand the relentless anxiety she lived with. Therapy helped somewhat. She learned techniques to manage panic, breathing exercises, grounding methods, but nothing could erase the knowledge that someone had chosen her and refused to let go. She changed her routines, her habits, even her appearance. She dyed her hair, wore different styles of clothing, switched stores, cafes, and routes. Yet every precaution she took seemed anticipated, matched, and violated in ways she could not predict. It wasn't until nearly a year after the first note that the stalker escalated again. Mia had returned from work late one night, unlocking her apartment, and found a small envelope on her door. Inside was a key, plain, unmarked, and a note. I've always had one. Now you do too. Let's not be strangers. She didn't touch it. She didn't know if it opened her door, her mailbox, or something else entirely. Mia installed a professional security system with cameras covering every inch of the apartment. She moved yet again, this time renting a furnished place under a different name, paying cash using a private P.O. box. She attempted to rebuild her life, but shadows lingered. She never felt fully safe, and she never let herself believe she could. The stalker's presence was a ghost that might never leave, a terrifying reminder that someone had decided she was theirs to follow. Even now, years later, she sometimes receives messages in odd ways. An old email account she thought abandoned, a note slipped under her new apartment door, a lingering feeling on quiet streets. She knows the man is still out there somewhere, watching, waiting, patient. Fear became the lens through which she viewed the world. She drives with doors locked, windows up, always scanning mirrors, alleys, and shadows. The freedom she once took for granted, the casual jog, the solo coffee, the simple act of walking down a street at night has been replaced with vigilance. Every stranger's glance is measured, every sound analyzed. Mia has learned to survive. She keeps her life small, predictable, and tightly controlled. But deep down, she knows that the shadow of her stalker is permanent, a dark presence she cannot evade, a reminder that safety is a fragile illusion, and that sometimes evil chooses its prey and never releases them. Story the end.